Check. Good morning, everyone. As the opening session of the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition is about to begin, I would like to ask everyone to have a seat. It is a pleasure to have you all here, and welcome to the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition. I am Nazwa Khaila, your Master of Ceremony for today's event. Before we proceed to the competition, I would like to greet our distinguished judges, participants, and guests. How are you this morning? It is wonderful to see everyone so energized and enthusiastic for today's event, and I sincerely hope that this energy carries us throughout the session. Before we begin, let us take a brief moment of silence. Let us ground ourselves, express gratitude for the chance to gather here today, and hope for a meaningful, inspiring competition ahead. May today bring out the very best in each of us. Now, I kindly ask everyone to join me in a brief moment of silence. Thank you. Today, we are honored to be joined by the Honorable Representative of the Faculty of Cultural Sciences Administration and Chair of the English Study Program, Pak Ari Yogaiswara Adipurwawijana. The Honorable Judges for the Varsity Level Speech Competition, Bapak Randi Ridwansyah, Ibu Ervina Simatupang, Ibu Afriwita, and Ibu Atik Ambarwati. The judges for the Poetry Reading and Writing Competition, Ibu Kenny Suryatmaja, Karadia Indra, and Ibu Pradewi Trichatami. The Honorable Judges of the Essay Writing Competition, Ibu Ida Farida Samadi, Bapak Joselito de los Reis, Ibu Dianita Kusuma Pertiwi, Bapak Dag Invesen, and Bapak Juma Imamu. The judges in the short story writing competition, Bapak Angelo Sarge Lacuesta, Bapak Mark Spears, and Ibu Anya Rompas. The honorable judges for the high school level speech competition, Ibu Indah Wulansari, Bapak Bima Bayusena, Ibu Gartika Rahmasari, Ibu Emma Malia, Ibu Widya Resdiana, Bapak Patrick Steven, Bapak Rafki Sadikin, Bapak Agung Respati Wahyulianto, and Ibu Nurul Hanifa Aprilia. The honorable judges for the storytelling competition, Ibu Lestari Manggong, Ibu Andika Pratiwi, Bapak Catur Surya Permana, Kanadira Daivina, Ibu Kurniawati Gautama, and Bapak Bugi Gustaman. The honorable judges for the short story writing competition, Bapak Nidu Paras Erlang, Bapak Iwan Sulistiawan, and Kak Jauza Maria Mumtazah. Honorable lecturers and academic staff members of the English Studies program of Universitas Padjadjaran and our distinguished guests. Joining us today as well is PSM Unpad, who will be presenting a special performance later on. You might notice that I didn't mention the Dean of the Faculty of Cultural Sciences, Ibu Akwarini Priyatna. Regrettably, Ibu Akwarini Priyatna is unable to be with us today due to a personal matter concerning her father's health. We extend our heartfelt wishes for the speedy and complete recovery for Ibu Akwarini's father. We also send our thoughts to Ibu Akwarini, hoping she is given strength and fortitude as she manages the situation. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here at the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition. Before we proceed to PSM Unpad, you may come to the stage to sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and the hymn of Universitas Padjadjaran. I kindly invite our honorable judges, participants, and guests to please rise for the Indonesian national anthem and the hymn of Universitas Padjadjaran.
Indonesia, tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu ibuku. Indonesia, kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita berseru, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya, untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Thank you. You may now be seated. Up next, we will have a special performance from the Universitas Padjadjaran Choir, known as PSM Unpad or the Unpad Student Choir. Established in 1978, PSM Unpad is an esteemed university choir with a long-standing legacy. With more than 150 active members across faculties, they play a vital role in ceremonial and protocol events throughout the university. Over the years, PSM Unpad has earned national and international recognition, receiving numerous awards and solidifying its reputation as one of Indonesia's lead collegiate choirs. And now, we would like to invite PSM Unpad to grace us with their exquisite voices, presenting two pieces, the hymn of Gelanggang Mahasiswa Sastra Inggris Universitas Padjadjaran, To the Highest Star, and This Is Me. All members of the Unpad English Studies program, please rise for the hymn of Gelanggang Mahasiswa Sastra Inggris.
I see the glare of the sun rising up from the horizon, glowing and lighting my way with its light-giving rays. I feel the warmth of the light, giving me the spirit to fight. And with a shine in my eye, I begin to fly. And the wind blows hard in my face, and the future's into the haze. So I reach for it with my hands, for I know that I can. Together we will march on, we won't stop, but we will go on. For Gemasi nothing is too far, not in the highest star.
All members of the Unpad English Studies program, you may be seated. PSM Unpad, you may start.
Another sound of bullets hits my skin. Far away, 'cause today I won't let the shame sink in. We are bursting through the barricade and reaching for the sun. Oh, yes, that's what we've become. I know that there's a place for your glory. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send a flood, gonna drown a mind. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching out to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send a flood, gonna drown a mind. This is brave, this is bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. To the beat I drum. I make no apologies. This is me. This is me.
What a brilliant performance. Please give PSM Unpad another resounding round of applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite the project officer of the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition. Please join me in welcoming Drew Naira Ayesha to deliver the opening remarks. To Drew, the stage is yours.
Hello, good morning everyone. Before anything else, please allow me to extend my gratitude to the honorable guests who have kindly joined us today. Thank you as well to the chair of the English Studies program, Pak Ari Yoga Iswara Adi Purwawijana, for your consistent support for PEC, and to the esteemed judges who have lent their time and expertise to us. Also to all the teachers and parents who are here with us and accompanying the participants, your presence truly makes a difference. Special thank you as well to the wonderful committee for every late night and early morning that we spent together. And of course, good morning to the stars of this event, the reason for this event, the participant of the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition. Whether you are here for speech, storytelling, poetry reading and writing, essay writing, or short story writing, we know the amount of effort and time each of you has poured into your work, from brainstorming ideas, revising drafts, and rehearsing in front of mirrors. Thank you for showing up with your talent. your brilliant ideas, and your enthusiasm. Welcome to Universitas Padjadjaran. Welcome to Universitas Padjadjaran's Faculty of Cultural Sciences. Yes, it is a weekend, and yes, you're spending it in an English competition, which already tells me how dedicated all of you are. This year feels special in so many ways. Not only has it been a decade of Padjadjaran English Competition, but this event has grown again faster and more passionate than we anticipated. Last year we had a staggering 249 participants, and this year in 2025, we're very, very honored to host 291 participants from across the globe. Yay! We are very thrilled to welcome back participants from places such as Bali, Java, Riau, and Malaysia. Of course, the new faces bring so much excitement, as we now have a participant from Kalimantan Barat, for example, and for the first time, we have participants joining us from the United States, Colombia, and Russia. To all of you joining us from abroad and to those participating or watching this online or even on-site in front of me today, thank you for joining us and choosing PEC as your space to compete, learn, and connect. For the next 2 days, the committee and I will do our very best to ensure that your experience here is meaningful, smooth, and memorable. But more importantly, I hope this event becomes a space where each of you feels seen and heard. Our theme this year is "So It Is Better to Speak, Remembering We Were Never Meant to Survive," taken from Audre Lorde's poem, Litany for Survival. Lorde wrote these words as a reminder of the power of speaking up, for Lorde speaking, even when it shakes, is an act of survival, which is why we chose this theme. Because we believe that PEC is not just a mere competition, but it is also a space where your voices, your stories, your ideas, and your imaginations matter. A space where your writing and your performance can challenge, can question, and can inspire. In PEC, your voice doesn't have to be the loudest in the room to matter. What matters is that it's yours, shaped by your experiences, your thoughts, your fears, your hopes, and we're here to celebrate that. We welcome that. So I hope this weekend brings you growth, confidence, and much friendships that last beyond the competition. On behalf of the entire committee, best of luck, and may you all have a wonderful weekend with the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Drew, for the inspiring words. Next, I would like to welcome the chairperson of Gelanggang Mahasiswa Sastra Inggris Universitas Padjadjaran, Javier Maverick Tristan, to share a few words. Javier, you may take the stage.
Namo Buddhaya, Namo Amitofo, Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Wei Tetong Tien, Sotihotu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun. Good morning, respected members of the jury, committee, and participants. Welcome to the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition. My name is Javier, and I am here representing the organization behind this event, Gemasi. I am very proud to say that, as Drew said earlier, for the first time this year's PEC has opened its arms to participants from outside of Southeast Asia, namely from Colombia, the United States of America, and Russia. I believe that the involvement of a more diverse set of participants will only further enrich the perspectives and ideas brought forth in PEC. As someone who have participated in this event in some way or another for the last 3 years, keeping in mind this event has been going for 10, I believe that PEC plays a much bigger role than a mere competition. I remember in last year's PEC when I was a participant for the speech varsity category, I recall being very nervous the night before my performance. I didn't know what to speak of or what to write about. Until a mentor of mine, Bapak Ari Jogaiswara Adi Purwawijana, the chair of our study program, he just told me to speak from the heart. And I believe that that is what PEC is all about. No matter where you are from or what background you have, if you speak, write, and express yourself from the heart, then I believe that you've already won. As the human race, we fight for so many different causes, but I believe that in reality, we are all working towards the same goal. By participating in PEC, that goal is a step closer. Before I end this speech, I would like to express the deepest gratitude for the committee, whether beside, in front, or behind the stage, for making this event possible. I would also like to express a great appreciation for everyone that have so far been involved in contributing to PEC, as in alumni, our beloved lecturers here at Unpad, and members of the jury. Lastly, from the bottom of my heart, I encourage every participant, whether here or online, to express yourself genuinely and critically, and most importantly, from the heart. Because it is better to speak, remembering that we were never meant to survive. Good luck to you all. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Javier, for reminding us the importance of speaking from the heart, and for acknowledging the dedication of the entire committee. Up next, we have the pleasure of welcoming Bapak Ari Yoga Iswara Adi Purwawijana, Chair of the English Studies Program at Universitas Padjadjaran, to the stage. He will be sharing a brief message with us this morning. Please give him a warm round of applause.
As usual, I have to take a breath first, just in case. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. May we all be in peace. Soti Hotu, Namo Buddhaya, Namaste, Namaskaram, Om Swastiastu, Wei De Dongjian, Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. Sampurasun. I would like to thank the committee, although, of course, they have to for formalities, but I would still like to thank them for this opportunity to speak in front of you all, and I thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to gather here to celebrate the courage of these young people, all of you young hearts, to meet each other, to speak, to listen. 10 years ago, a decade ago, a group of young people led by Nadira Daivina, you may stand. Oh, she doesn't stand. She's very humble. But she led a group of people and initiated an event where young voices can meet and be heard. In 10 years, that small event has grown into maturity and has become an event which embraces young people from various parts of Indonesia, from various parts of the world. Against all odds, confronted by difficulties and frustration, and perhaps fear of failing, of not surviving, these young people have boldly put together this event. The committee, give a round of applause for the organizers. You have to understand, they have to stand me and all my complaints and all my demands, so that in itself is courage. If you've been in my class, the judges, you know what I'm talking about. And others who have come here to compete and greet each other, also thank you for being here. But of course, they are not alone. The participants, the competitors, for some who are no longer that young, who have also gathered to provide support, the judges. Yes, you know you're not that young anymore. You think you are, but you're not. Look in the mirror. Agung's beard and all that. The judges, some of whom are alumni, some are instructors and professors. Some are previous participants and winners, Patrick Stevens, Radia, and some are just kind people who seek a now that can breed futures. We have friends of PEC, friends of the English Studies program, friends of the Faculty of Cultural Sciences, Universitas Padjadjaran, Sarge Lacuesta, and Joey de los Reyes from the Philippines. We have Mark Spears from the US, Indonesian young writers, Dianita, and older writers, to nourish new voices, and I would like to convey my personal gratitude. Today also, and tomorrow actually, as an integrated part of the PEC, we are also going to have career workshops so that students, the participants who are university students, can alleviate their fear of what's going to happen following graduation. And also for the high school students, they may also participate in the career workshops, and there will be also mock classes so you can feel either the excitement of the students and the graduates from the English Studies program, but maybe a little bit also of the fear. I will be teaching the mock class, so you might want to have a taste of the fear also. And also, due to the suggestion and the support of Patrick Stevens, since last year, Padjadjaran English Competitions is officially registered and curated by the Pusat Prestasi Nasional. If you look at the Pusat Prestasi Nasional, it's actually the only event held by students to be in the Pusat Prestasi Nasional. So the achievement is being able to be registered in Pusat Prestasi Nasional with no money. Because the rest are like companies and so on, Toyota, right? You know, pocket change for them. Our life for us. And also that means, and I'm sure Patrick Stevens can vouch for this, that means you can, if the certificates that you receive from this competition will go into your portfolio and it will be recognized. If you're a high school student, you can use it to gain special admission to universities through the Jalur Prestasi. Okay, so hopefully the participants here are willing to consider studying with us, or maybe it might have a negative effect after you come to the mock-up class and then, oh, this is the guy who's going to be teaching? All right, so I think the MC said, I think I'm expected to provide like some wise and meaningful message. But of course, I can't do that because I'm not wise and no less meaningful. So however, instead, I will just recite a message from Audre Lorde. Those of you who know the words, please say them with me. For those of you who live in the shoreline, standing upon the constant edges of decision, crucial and alone. For those of us who cannot indulge the passing dreams of choice, who love in doorways coming in and coming out, in the hours between dawns touching inward and outwards, at once before and after, seeking a now that can breed futures, like bread in our children's mouths so their dreams will not reflect the death of ours. For those of us who were imprinted with fear like a faint line in the center of your foreheads, learning to be afraid with our mother's milk. For this weapon, this illusion of some safety to be found in the heavy-footed hoped to silence us. For all of us, this instant, this triumph, we were never meant to survive. And when the sun rises, we are afraid it may not remain. And when the sun sets, we are afraid it might not rise in the morning. When our stomachs are full, we are afraid of indigestion. When our stomachs are empty, we are afraid we may not eat again. When we are loved, we are afraid love will vanish. And when we are alone, we are afraid love will never return. And when we speak, we are afraid our words will not be heard or welcomed. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. So, it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. Thank you. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pa Ari, for the remark. Before we commence the opening ceremony, we would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsors and media partners who have made this event possible. Our two-day festivities are supported by Wall Street English and Detik Print. We would also like to extend our gratitude to our official media partners, Metro TV and Radio Unpad. And now, the moment we have been waiting for, the official inauguration of the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition. It is my honor to invite Bapak Ari Yoga Iswara Adi Purwawijana to the stage to officially open our program. Please join me in giving Pak Ari a round of applause. It's up there. Okay. Thank you, Pa Ari, for officially inaugurating the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition. Please give him another round of applause. This year marks the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition, 10 full years of growth and creativity. A decade may pass quietly, but when we look back, it tells a remarkable story of participants who once stood on this very stage and later returned as mentors, even judges. Of ideas that began as small sparks and grew into achievements, and of Padjadjaran English Competition itself, steadily evolving into the institution we celebrate today. For this milestone edition, our theme draws inspiration from Audre Lorde's A Litany for Survival, so it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. This message reminds us of the enduring importance of voice and courage, especially in a world that continues to challenge who is heard, seen, and who is allowed to belong. As we commemorate Padjadjaran English Competition's first decade, we also reaffirm our commitment to providing an inclusive platform of expression that stands with marginalized voices and reinforces the power of words and the responsibility to speak out. This year also marks the second time we welcome international participants to join us on this journey. One of the most meaningful aspects of Padjadjaran English Competition has always been the opportunity to connect with extraordinary people from diverse backgrounds, and this year is no exception. Participants from across Indonesia and beyond, Malaysia, the United States, Colombia, and Russia are here with us today. So, before we begin, I would love to hear from all of you. Where are you joining us from? Please feel free to call it out. Where are y'all from? Okay. Wow, okay. 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 Oh, go? Okay. Okay, so where are y'all from? Okay, hello Bandung. Anywhere else? Where are you from? Okay, okay. Give it up for Depok, guys. Depok. Next, where are you from?
Jatinangor.
Oh, Jatinangor. Okay. Okay, thank you everyone. Okay. Before you head to your competition venues, a brief announcement. If you need a quick caffeine boost of the day, Poeta, located in the Faculty of Cultural Sciences lobby, is ready to serve you. I can already see the excitement on your faces, and I hope that energy stays with you as you begin the first page of your Padjadjaran English Competition journey today. To ensure everything proceeds smoothly, our liaison officers will guide you to each competition venue. But before that, the Unpad will be delivering another special performance, the hymn of Universitas Padjadjaran. So, give it up for PSM. All members of Universitas Padjadjaran, please rise for the hymn of Universitas Padjadjaran.
Universitas kita, Padjadjaran tempat bernaung. Insan abdi masyarakat, pembina nusa bangsa. Padjadjaran lambang suci, alma mater yang tercinta, tempat ilmu dan cita, alma materku tercinta.
Thank you, PSM Unpad, for the amazing performance. You may be seated. And now, to officially begin, I would like to call upon the person in charge, or PIC, for each competition branch To avoid any confusion, please pay close attention as your PICs are called. The first we have the PICs for the high school speech competition. The first is Artlikana Enoch. For participants competing in the meeting room A, please follow Kana. There's Kana. For participants competing in meeting room A, please follow Kana. Ya, langsung aja. Good luck, everyone. The second PIC is Nadia Isa. For participants competing in the meeting room C, please follow Isa. The next PIC of the high school speech competition is Wima Aulia. For participants competing in Pusat Studi Bahasa Jepang Hall, please follow Wima. Wima? Okay, for the next competition, we have the storytelling competition. The PIC for the storytelling competition are Chelsea Aurelia. For contestants competing in Genkan, please kindly follow Chelsea. There is Chelsea. Next, we have Kanaya Aurela. For contestants competing in building a backyard, please follow Kanaya. The next we have varsity speech competition PIC. The first is Dima Susanto. For contestants competing in Pusat Bahasa, please follow Dimas. Once again, the PIC for varsity speech competition, the first PIC is Dimas Susanto. For contestants competing in Pusat Bahasa, please kindly follow Dimas. The next we have Muhammad Haza. For contestants competing in Pusat Bahasa, please follow Haza. There he is. The next we have poetry writing and reading competition. Contestants, your PIC is Firdaus Prabowo. Firdaus, please guide your contestants to compete in lobby of building A. Participants, please follow those. Wishing all participants the very best. May you give your fullest today and make this experience meaningful.
Meeting room berapa? A atau C atau B?
Oh, di sana keterangannya PJBS, bukan meeting room.
Oh, PSBJ. PSBJ.
Wait. Oh, berarti Wima, bentar.
Cuma di sini. Ya.
Ya, Wima di sebelah
Di sini
aja.
Di sini, ya.
Meeting room 1. Oke, makasih.
Dia yang gedung sebelah sana yang ada lobbynya.
he or she cannot win any competitions, but after a years with us, we nurturing day by day, he can win competition, and I'm very glad for that. Not only that, I see some of my students get scholarship, fully funded, and a lot of things that maybe they never dream of, but they can achieve it. So yeah, we're currently on the global competition. We prepare to compete with the people around the world, and we don't have to begin to start, but we have to start.
Hah? Viral!
Hah? Viral? Yakin viral?
Udah cross check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting.
Dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live di Metro TV.
Life is a series of moves. Success is about making the right decisions. From the early choices to the difficult ones. And some may require sacrifice. But the choice is always yours. So choose to get ahead. Choose to win. Own your future.
First of all, I would like to introduce myself first. I am Claudia Farasalahi, but you're welcome to call me Farel or Phoenix, and I will be your room handler for today. For the speech competition, we have 80 participants divided into 3 groups. Therefore, we have 26 participants in this group. And then, to avoid boredom, we'll have a 5-minute short break after a few participants perform. And we'll have 80 minutes of break to have lunch and pray. And then we'll continue our competition for the rest participants. The time allotted to each participant is 10 minutes, with 7 minutes for them to deliver their speech and 3 minutes for judges to comment. During the competition, participants are encouraged to pay attention to those who are performing, but are not allowed to make any possible distraction against them. Participants who have already delivered their speech are allowed to leave the room during the short break, whether it is to go to other venues or other competitions or stay in the room. But remember, for the final round, you are expected to refer to, develop, and or combine the ideas, concepts, opinions, arguments, or views of other participants in the preliminary round. So, without any further ado, I would like to start our preliminary round today. Now, let's start with our first participant. Please welcome Renata Khalifa Salsabila from MIS Zakaria Bandung. Round of applause, please.
Have you ever opened your phone just to check one message? You promise to yourself, it's only 5 minutes. And suddenly, you've lost an hour or 2. Or maybe you want to take a short break from studying, watching a few short videos for just 10 minutes. At least, that's what you told yourself. And then, you've lost half a day and neglected the very task you promised to finish. Worse, you don't even remember what you watched, but your brain whispers, one more video, I promise. That whisper, my friend, isn't curiosity, it's dopamine, and it's quietly rewriting who we are. My name is Renata Khalifa Salsabila from Zakaria Islamic Senior High School. And today, I want to talk about something invisible, something that shapes the way our generation thinks, feels, and lives. The dopamine trap behind social media. We live in a world that never stops moving, never stops buzzing. It feels like there's no pause, no silence, not even for a second. Our attention spans are shrinking, our focus fading, and our happiness now depends on glowing screens. We used to dream big of becoming doctors, scientists, writers, but now we dream of going viral. We can't sit through a book for an hour, but we can scroll through meaningless content for hours. This isn't just distraction, it's erosions of passions, of creativity, of depth. And the saddest part, we think this is normal. In Indonesia, researchers found that many teenagers spend more than 7 hours a day on their phone. And those who do are more likely to lose focus and motivation to study. Another study among junior high school students revealed that excessive smartphone use lowers their self-esteem and even affects how they see themselves. But let's be honest, this isn't entirely our fault. Our brains were designed to seek pleasure, and social media learned how to sell it perfectly. Scientifically speaking, that dopamine is a chemical in our brain that acts like a reward system. Harvard Health describes it as a chemical that helps us to feel pleasure of the brain's reward system. In simple words, every like, every comment, every new post releases dopamine, a reward chemical that acts like that once helped humans survive, or now it's used to keep us scrolling. Our brains, once trained to find real joy in a real effort, are now addicted to instant gratification. It's a loop. We scroll, we feel good for a second, then feel empty again. So we scroll once more. We are not lazy. We're just overstimulated. We're not unmotivated. We're just chemically confused. And this confusion doesn't just shape what we do, it shapes who we become. But there's a hope, because dopamine is not the enemy. It simply needs new direction. What our generation needs is another app, another update, or another trend. Maybe we just need to reset. That stands for R, reflect on how we spend our time. E, escape from the noise once in a while. S, simplify our digital world. E, engage with what truly matters. And T, try the real one. Because our minds doesn't need more stimulation, it needs restoration. It might not be easy, but we, the youth generation, can start this culture shift. We are not powerless. We just need to pause long enough to remember that power. My friends, we were never meant to live in constant noise. We were meant to think, to feel, to create deeply. So, it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive, not controlled by our own screens, but in charge in our own lives. Let's bring back meaning. Let's bring back meaning. Let's reclaim our focus, and let's remind the world that the real happiness doesn't come from next notification, but from the next moment we choose to live fully. Thank you.
Okay, Renata, yeah. Okay, first, congratulations for delivering your speech. I think I have one comment for your how you deliver your speech. The first one, your opening. I read your script and I think your opening is good. You have a short question, but the engagement there's no engagement. You can ask around or you can pace around and then you can ask the audience about what you said, about what you feel and in your speech. But I wait and wait. There's no engagement in your speech. But there's some question in your script. I read that, but there's no engagement and some pronunciation kind of mess, and I think you can more open in your speech and with more articulation, but intonation is good. You have pace around, but the opening kurang dikit.
If you ever read the script, the content is quite good. It's relevant for today's issues. It's dopamine trap. We also the victims of dopamine trap, right? We're doing short videos with the watchers. But there's high impact line on your speech that needs to be in the first. We're not lazy, we're just overstimulated. I think that's a great opening for the speech. And also the concept of reset, that's apa itu singkatan ya? Itu singkatan dari RESET gitu. Jadi that's a very good concept to begin with actually. So that's like a TEDx 5 maybe. But that's great. You can do better for the next. Thank you, Renata.
Have you guys ever fought with your parents? Raise your hand if you ever fought with your parents. Okay, great. You can put them down now. I think we all fought with our parents, don't you think? Especially when we were younger. And then we'd go on our phone to whichever social media was trending back then, and then search up deep quotes that resonates with you in hopes of amplifying your small voices without clear knowledge on who said the quote or what the quote really means, just to get it off your chest. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what activists have been doing lately when it comes to politics. Sure, all press is good press, but at the end of the day, it's rather fatal to misquote Machiavelli when you're rallying up a hate regime towards the government, or starting your speech with a quote from Plato in regards of corruption despite never reading any of his works, just as an academic razzle-dazzle. What if I tell you that all of these misconceptions all comes from one singular issue? Society believes that the scholars are against the political elites. It is tempting to paint the simplistic picture of demos and scholars unite to overthrow the power, but it is inaccurate. Thus, who's responsible for a democratic decline if it's not political corruption? And what's the worst that can happen from blaming the government? I mean, I didn't do anything to democracy, they did, am I right? However, panels, a democracy won't collapse without the ground tilting first. And a speech won't be complete without an introduction first. Therefore, hi, hello, my name is Afna Malika, and I'm here to talk about corruption. You've heard them once, twice, thrice, too many times, but none of them gets it right. It's not the system that's rigged, it's the people in the system. And I might need to remind you that the people are not just them, but it's also us. We are also responsible for the erosion of democracy due to corruption. Oh, but Afna, we're not doing anything to we're not corrupting anything. You're not, or you're not familiar with the core definition of it. People often forget the complex synergy needed in a functioning democracy. Between whom? The demos and the leaders. Democracy needs smart people, as we all know, but they also need to be brave. What's courage without intelligence? Recklessness. Non-peaceful protest that leads nowhere. Heist, raids, fires. Sounds familiar? These people who claims that they believe in democracy, swears up and down that they believe in democracy, and is hyper against corruption, with scrolls of Socrates held dear to their chest, are out on the streets, choosing violence and harassment. You want to talk about abuse of power? We abuse ours. Oh, of course, we can talk about A, B, and C about a certain representative because we are the people. We critique their work, their service for us. This is the part where most of us misses. Political elites do not have the power that they think they have. At the end of the day, they chained themselves into a life of convention. The elites are whoever we think they are. We elected them, we trusted them, we gifted them a spectacle of our power. We have been corrupting our power. How? By not being responsible of our part in the democracy. All we know is that we have the right to vote, we have the right to say aloud our opinions, we have the right to participate. Forgetting elements must be fulfilled beforehand. Educating yourself properly before voting, differentiating what is hate speech and critique, and acknowledging what is meaningful participation and fear of missing out. And how do we patch up these holes of irresponsibilities, you may ask? We recreate history. Blame everyone but the one with power. In a democracy, move as if only one can exist for the sake of prosperity, the people versus the elites. When what we really need is unity. Sit down and talk to each other like you're not enemies. And forgive me, I'm a poet, forgive me for all of these rhymes. I think we all want to be prodigies in politics. Frankly, so do I. However, all we keep trying to do is recreate. Then, compare said recreation to the original, labeling it not iconic enough. It is not iconic enough because it lacks ingenuity. We take what is already there and thrive off of it. It fascinates me how young people are content with mere quotes taken from the books of scholars when we can do so much more with it. Exhibit A. This entire performance was prompted by a modern interpretation of Plato's Republic, where in a nutshell, he basically suggested that a good leader is those reluctant to govern. And when I was reading into it, I saw patterns seen in recent events. That's why I decided to perform this. Therefore, perhaps getting neck deep into politics before expressing your concerns are one of the best ways to survive in the bloodbath of it all. However, does that mean those with zero intentions and interest of spending 12 hours a day reading 15 papers on a 1,000-year-old manuscript shall not participate in political expression? Absolutely not. Because at the end of the day, panels, it is better for us to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. And it is better for me to wrap it up before I make any more rhymes. My name is Afna Malika. Thank you all so much for your time and attention.
Okay, Alpha. Okay, good job on your speech. And on the content, there are some things that I can feel you. Yeah, I can feel what you talked about. However, at the beginning, when you talk about have you ever fought with your parents, I thought that we were going to talk about that kind of topic. And then you shifted to corruption. Okay, I don't think that has some kind of direct relation. And then you said that you're going to talk about corruption, And correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't hear so many things about that topic really in details, okay? But I love your spirit, I love your body language, and thank you for your performance.
Right. So after choice of content was tragically strong. It's relevant as today. What we felt as citizens, as civilians, but with strong eye contact, engagement also. But essentially what I critique is something like democracy needs to be in empathic tone. It's like in every major way of the society, we're facing the struggling positions. So if we talk about society, if we talk about people, we're gonna put the empathic first, then the critics. That's what I concern about that. But the delivery is very, very amazing. Thank you, Afna. Applause, round of applause for Afna.
Okay, once again, thank you, Afna, for delivering your speech. Next, we'll have James Nicholas Lilly from SMA Kristen Trimulia. So, James, the stage is yours.
Okay, James. James, right? It give me TEDx vibe. you've watched TEDx? Right. So, in significance of you watching TEDx, you give an example, you give a homemade example, and you give a systemic example. But my critique is the systemic of the power is not as simple as what we have in home. So on the text, I say, oh yeah, there's little chances to have how organizational change on whatsoever. But then the speak delivery is given such a hour for me. Thank you.
Okay, hello James. You did a very good job with your speech today, and I enjoyed it. But somehow I felt like, how do you say it? I felt like I can't find the word. Pessimistic. Okay, because when someone is in power, really, they will change. After I heard your speech, yeah, I saw it in some places, and I became more pessimistic. Yeah, it's what I felt. In addition, you started your speech very well by saying your topic about power and how people change because of it. But in the middle, when you say why it happened, you say that because people tend to, they want to stay in power, okay? And maybe you should mention where did, or the reference for saying that, you see, like you claim it, that people tended to stay in power, okay? And then at the beginning, you talk about power and how people change, but in the end, I didn't hear anything about how, what we can do about it. You said we have to speak up, we have to support transparency, and how do they can even change, how do they even, how the speak up and the support can make people not change, you see, because that is your highlights for today, right? Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
Give a round of applause for James.
Okay, thank you, James. Okay, so now on continuing, we'll have Sabrina Nurzalzabila from SMA Mekar Arum. So Sabrina, the time and stage is yours.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Good morning, everyone. Honorable judges, respected audience, and everyone here today. Let's take a moment to think about some thoughts that young girls had throughout these decades. The night was filled with the scent of damp earth and smoke. I sat quietly in the rim of my bed, clutching the ribbon I had tied around myself for school. There were voices outside, deciding things for me. I wanted to shout and I wanted to scream, but my voice got jammed somewhere between my heart and my throat. That was the night I discovered that silence can be more deafening than screams. The thought that I just told is just one from millions of girls' point of views that had suffered from early and forced marriage cases. Let's talk about these crucial and beyond important topics deeper with me, Sabrina Nurzalzabila. For decades, we faced a lot of early and forced marriage cases. The case doesn't come from one girl. It is a case of millions. Girls whose dreams end quietly, not in noise or rebellions, but in silence. Because in other parts of the world, choices regarding their own lives are made for them when they don't even know how to make any choices yet. These girls are pushed out of school, pushed into marriage, and pushed into roles they never selected. Before we continue further, I wanted to ask one question. Have you ever think about how many people had been suffering from early and forced marriage cases? Well, according to UNICEF data, on May 2023, nearly 640 million of girls around the world today were married as children, and 12 million more are married off annually. Regarding to the data, we can assume that there is one girl every 2 seconds that end their childhood while we were sitting here enjoying our teenage life. Honestly, I feel deeply heartbroken when I see cases like this still happening, especially in our own country. How can something as beautiful as childhood and education be taken away from them so easily? Every girl, every children deserves the right to dream, to learn, and to decide their own future. Not to be forced into adulthood before she even finishes being a child. What pains me the most is that many of them don't even realize they have a choice. Their silence is not weakness. It is the society that had taught them to obey, stay quiet, and to accept. And that's exactly why education matters so much, because it gives them voice, and a voice can change everything. I truly believe that if we, as a society, value our friends, our sisters, our families, then we must value their educational first. Because when a girl stays in school, when a girl learns, the whole community rises with her. Let me tell you a true story that came from Bandung. There was a girl from a small rural village. Let's call her A. She was a genius, cheerful, curious, and she has a big dream to become a teacher. However, her family was not well educated. They felt that marriage could secure her future. By future, her family refrains to the norms they believe that girls will go back to household chores and having kids. So she didn't need good education. She was married at 15 to someone twice her age. She left school in a couple of months, and at 16, she gave birth to a child. Her desire to educate others never materialized because no one had to struggle in order to keep her learning. They are refrain wherever she is, in silence, poverty, and fear. Therefore, we need a concrete solution for this case. Indonesia's government designed a law for this case, where the minimum age of marriage is strengthened through the amendment law, Law of Marriage, Law number 16, 2019, where the minimum age of marriage is strengthened and set to be both for women and men at 19 years. Beside that, education can be the most powerful solution for this crucial case, because when a girl stays in school, she's not only learning, she is also being protected. Education teaches girls to know their rights, protect themselves, and make smart choices. It allows boys to treat women as equals and honor equity. It allows us to turn around harmful norms and traditions that steal young lives. When we educate, we don't simply build knowledge, we build opposition to injustice, because quiet is what keeps injustice alive, and because our theme reminds us again, so it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. So here today, I want to challenge all of us. Speak for those who can't. Speak for girls whose futures are taken. Speak for children who still think that school is just a fantasy. And speak with purpose, because every time we stand up, speak out, and make our voices heard to bring about change, we save another life. Education is not just a path of knowledge. It is a safeguard, a shield from fear, poverty, child, and forced marriage. And if we keep on speaking, keep on teaching, and keep on believing, maybe one day no girl will ever be forced to swap her school uniform into a wedding dress. That's all. Thank you so much.
Hello, Sabrina. Uh, First of all, I congratulate you for delivering your speech. My feedback, your script is good. You provide data and you have example experience, something like that. But I think I have some comment about it. At the beginning of your opening, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel your opening, it's kind of feels incomplete. You want to shout something, but I don't know, what do you want to shout about? Maybe at the end of it, you point out what you want to talk about. But at the opening, I kind of feels like, what do you want to shout? I mean, what's your point? There's no point across in your opening. And then maybe you can choose a closer experience, not just some girl named A. I mean, you can use maybe news or maybe your experience or maybe your neighbor. It's more feels like personal and closer to you. I think that's all for me.
Yep. This also continues from other judges. I point out the non-lin issue in West Java, Indramayu, as a case. That's also the form of case of that UNICEF data. So in the Indramayu and also in region known as Rebana in West Java, there is also a marriage situation, a child marriage situation. That concerns is about political and economical issues. And as I learned from the text and also your speech, you tend more on education, right? It's like our government said that 12 tahun belajar pasti tidak cepat nikah, but then the realization is not quite that, right? But I think the delivery is so good, so we've not always in that, but that's a criticize I give it to you, so you can improve that to the next, for the next time of the speech. Thank you, Sabrina. Round of applause for Sabrina.
Okay, once again, thank you, Sabrina. Okay, so next we'll have Ricardo Cleon Isaacson from SMA Taman Siswa Rancaikek. So for Ricardo, the stage is yours.
Okay, am I audible? Good morning, everyone, my fellow participants, and the honorable judges here. Today, I'm gonna speak about education as a safeguard against early and forced marriage. My name is Ricardo, and I'm from SMA Taman Siswa Rancaikek. Have you ever wondered how a nation like Indonesia would be without gender equality? Denying women access to education is like planting only half of a field. You'll never get the full harvest. Many women in Indonesia have no diploma yet, because per 2024, PPH shows and proof that in urban areas, there is 9.51% of women have no diploma yet, compared to only 6.3% of men. Well, in some rural areas, the figures are 18.97% for women and 14.13% for men. Well, the percentage is still high, exactly 37th in the world and second highest in Southeast Asia. Education observer Ubaid Matraji said that the figures regarding women access to higher education must be viewed comprehensively. He stated that if you look more closely, women access to education may already be limited as early as when they enter junior or senior high school. That causes early and forced marriage for women specifically. In evidence, there are 58 teenagers in Ponorogo, East Java, applying for early marriage dispensation due to pregnancy before marriage. This is matters and proof in Indonesia, gender unequal still exists. So the important role for education here is as a way for women to gain their rights and equality, allowing them to raise higher education. We can take Ibu Kartini as early symbols of women's right and education. Earlier in Indonesia, when women learn, society will change because educated women are more likely to educate themselves and creating a generation that values equality and knowledge. So, if we look more closely from parents' point of view, education isn't just a way to gain a knowledge, but also is a form of protection. Unfortunately, many parents in Indonesia still believe that marrying their daughters early as a way to secure their future. They think marriage can protect their daughters from poverty and social judgment. But the reality here is lack of education here just makes this group more vulnerable to health risks, domestic violence, and even economic dependence. Educated parents understand that the true protection does not come from early and forced marriage, but is giving them the opportunity and the power to make choices. Choices like about when to marry, what kind of career pursue, and live their own choices. Many early and forced marriage happen not because parents are cruel, but because they are afraid of poverty, social judgment, and social pressure will hurt their daughters. And education here can turn that fear into confidence. Just imagine how proud a parents would be, not because their daughters married early, but because they graduated and being educated for herself. And proves education can lift an entire family out of limitation. So then it leads to women empowerment. When women are educated, she learns how to think, how to speak, and how to make decisions. She learns that her voice matters and has the same potential as anyone else. Unfortunately, in some parts of rural areas in Indonesia, the society still have negative stigma when a woman above 25 years old still haven't married yet. But women go to school, they prove they can do much more. They can become teachers, engineers, lawyers, etc. It also helps them understand and fight when society tells them they are not enough. But when women are empowered enough through education, they become stronger. Countries with educated women are also proven to be more peaceful and well-developed. Look at nations that have high rates of women education. They have lower child mortality, and then it leads to stronger economic and better equality. Ladies and gentlemen, R.A. Kartini once said, "Habis gelap terbitlah terang," and that light begins with education. So, in conclusion, if we want to empower women, we have to start with education. Not charity, not pity, but opportunity. Because education gives them the power and the opportunity to build their own future with their own hands. And the most importantly, education becomes the strongest weapon against early and forced marriage. And it's all because they have dreams, and surely they don't want to give them up. When they have knowledge, they have the power to speak. Thank you.
Okay, hi Ricardo. Okay, you did a very good job with your speech. However, I'd like to remind you that you need to make an engagement with us, the audience, yeah, rather than talking too fast. You need to know that you are making a speech, not giving information, like giving news to us, right? But I love the way you talk about your perspective in different points of view, yeah. And oh yeah, one more thing you have to remember about your body language and also some pauses when you speak. Okay, that's all from me.
Right. So Ricardo, thank you for a good story. This is first that came up with the contextual, real 58 teenagers, right, in Ponorogo. Have you read the data, maybe? Yep. Do you know which one of them is in poverty? Which of them that has a middle-aged class? No? Middle class, I'm sorry. No, that's a great story anyway for to be added in the text and also in the speech. So many early marriage is a very, very debatable issues. So is it premarital sex? It's like a partying life, or that's an economical advantage. So that debatable issues need to be added to the speech. I think that's That will be great and rich for your speech for the next time. Thank you, Ricardo.
Okay, once again, thank you, Ricardo. So continuing, next we'll have Faras Rozan Ataya from SMA N38 Jakarta. So Faras, the time and stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faras Rozan Ataya. And when I was younger, my parents used to tell me the stories about their childhood. One of those was this. About 40 years ago, my dad used to swim and play in a gutter in his neighborhood. And yes, you're hearing it correct, ladies and gentlemen, a gutter. And as a curious boy I was back then, I asked him, why did you swim in a gutter, Dad? And then he said that back then the gutter was pristine. Even fishes can still be seen swimming around. So then, I think it must be really refreshing, right? To swim in a gutter with lots of fishes around you. But then I think again, that was 40 years ago. So I think again, and I realize if I were to come to that very same gutter today, what I will most probably going to look at might be probably different. Like those gutter you usually see at the side of the road, filthy, disgusting, with lots of floating plastic and human waste. Point of the story, ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era that we call advanced, modern, yet somehow we cease to realize that there still exists an ancient, an old problem that we cannot solve even to this day. And that problem is plastic waste. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if we are going to talk about plastic waste, of course we have to understand the background of the problem itself, right? Meaning that we have to talk about plastic first. So I'll tell you the story about plastic. Plastic was firstly mass-produced in 1907. It was a major breakthrough because when everything was old-fashioned and conventional back then, plastic offers a lightweight, compact, cheap, and more importantly, a durable material option for people to use. Therefore, people start to like it, and so does the companies. The companies pump oil to make the plastic and produce packaging, household goods, and tools that use plastics as its material. Until one day the production escalated to extreme level. It creates this environment where plastic keeps being produced and then used, but after all of those processes, it is simply thrown away. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to notice that this cycle has been happening decades after decades. And so, because of this, we've received some of the outcomes. If we take a look at society, see how our lives are actually so dependent on natural resources, correct? Things like fresh air, and then foods that comes from crops and animals, and what else? Many, many things that includes life resources, right? However, these resources, because of the irresponsible action that people have been doing, these resources has been harming, the irresponsible action has been harming the resources. Last night, I browsed to my social media, and I found this one article. According to the UN Environment Program website, they mentioned that the amount of plastic people dump into the sea is now already equivalent to 2,000 garbage trucks each day. And as we know, it won't decompose for as long as 1,000 years. Meaning that the plastic people dumped long ago might still exist somewhere in the earth today. And most likely it goes to our sea. It goes clump into our sea and it will exceed our life. It will exceed the civilization probably. And because of this, our environment will forever be harmed, and so does every life form that lives within, including humans ourselves. So while we live and while we sit here comfortably, the earth is trying desperately to bear the consequences of our doings. And as I said before, we've received some of the outcomes. Polluted earth, and then microplastics, which can now be found in the human body. And worst of all, because of plastic waste, we are risking the extinction of some important species on Earth. If things goes on like this, in the future, our children will have to feed off microplastic marinated meat and drink water full of poisons and pollutants. If things goes on like this, in the future, the environment a healthy environment would just be a wishful fantasy. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course we don't want to live miserably like this in the future, correct? Therefore, we have to change. And by change, it doesn't mean that we have to be rich or we have to be famous. We can start by doing simple things. And like what someone has said before in the previous speech, James Nicholas has said that everything started off small. Therefore, we can start by doing simple things too. Recycle our waste into something useful, and then reduce the plastic that we use in our daily lives. And take ownership of our environment, because as we understand it, the earth cannot clean itself, right? Therefore, we have to take that responsibility. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, as a human being, which has been given the ability by God to speak and to communicate, right? We have to raise our voices. We have to advocate using our voices. This way, we can educate a lot of people. This way, we can assure a sustainable life on Earth. So let's not wait until the ocean dies out or until a healthy environment becomes a luxury. We have to start it now. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we will die, right? It is inevitable for us to die. However, every choices that we do will always determine the life and the world that we leave behind tomorrow. So, perform our duty. At least, if it's not for the sake of the world, it is for the next generations to come. Thank you very much. Remember, guys, be responsible.
Okay, Faras. Okay. Right. I hear you loud and clear at the beginning, and you have very good and strong opening. I like that. I'm kind of wake up from it. Okay. And you provide professional experience, which is also good. And the connection, your experience and your point in your script is also very well connected. And you provide good data and background about plastic. That's I like it. And this is what I commented. You seem to forget in the middle. I don't know if that's true or not, but you have a good comeback from it. I cannot notice, but you evade from what you forgot very good. Your intonation and your emphasis in your points are also good, but you can invite the audience to answer your correct and right question in every point. You can join it. If the audience didn't answer, you can ask again, correct, right. You can do it like that. You can do that. It's fine. It's your stage. You can do whatever you want with it. And but your control in your breathing, I can hear you take a breath several times, and I can hear that. I can hear that several times. So maybe when you want to take a breath, you can, I don't know, get the mic. It's technical. You can just use your mic far or close again, and you can use that. And I think that's all from me.
Okay, Faras, the high energy. If you listen closely, it's like Mr. Beast vibe. All right. So it is a very excellent engaged audience by the speech, and But what I addresses is about the content. That's a lot of headlines in the news. In our newsroom also we avoided the words of sampah menggunung, sampah menumpuk atau sampah membludak di sungai. Because we tend to avoid that because that's a fact. That's really a true of our lives. The systemic change of plastic is needed to be a very concrete example. That's that. Anyway, by you addressing the advocacy, by you addressing the great mark of people how to raise the voice about the environment, and that's the good point. Thank you, Faraz.
Okay, thank you, Faraz. Now, as I have previously mentioned before, we will have a 5 minutes break, so enjoy your break. I'll come back after 5 minutes.
So, I want all of you in the room to imagine this. You woke up one morning to go to the beach, and instead of getting that calming and relaxing feeling of the ocean winds, it is instead filled with foul smells from years' worth of waste. And the strangest thing, that may not be far away from our reality. So, good morning everyone. My name is Taraka Pranantantaraya and proudly representing Muhammadiyah 11 Senior High School. And today, I want to talk about how climate action requires responsible plastic production and consumption, and how the plastic waste crisis now impacts for our future environment. So back in the early 1800s, humanity was searching for a material that's cheap, light, flexible, and waterproof. So an English metallurgist named Alexander Parkes created a material derived from natural cellulose, and he named it after himself, Parksine. This material could be molded, shaped, and colored when heated, making it the first ever man-made plastic. Fast forward to 1907, a Belgian-American chemist named Leo Bickeland decided to improve Parkes' design by using fully synthetic materials. And that way of producing plastic will change humanity forever. So, fast forward to today, nearly all stores and products use plastic for their packaging because, let's be honest, plastic is amazing. It's light, it's flexible, and it's cheap. But according to the European Commission, the plastic material we use today, otherwise known as PET, takes around 450 to 1,000 years to fully decompose. Let that sink in. Every single piece of PET plastic that has ever existed still exists on the very earth we live on today. And according to the Natural History Museum, humanity throws around 250 million tons of plastic each year. Worst of all, 70% of those 250 million comes from just 20 countries. And among those 20 countries lies our beloved land of Indonesia. In fact, we throw around 3.5 million tons of plastic each year, which puts us third on the plastic pollution hotspot list, even beating countries like China with a lot fewer people. Not only does plastic pollute our environment when we're done using it, even at its production, plastic begins its life with carbon emissions, as according to the UNFCCC, or the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, 4% of all global greenhouse gas emissions are caused by plastic production, and it is expected to rise as the years go on. Furthermore, many countries, including Indonesia, has a tendency towards burning plastic waste. Not only does it fail to solve the problem in the first place, it makes it way worse, as it could release gases such as dioxins, carbon monoxide, and other poisonous gases onto our environment. Worst of all, most of the people affected by these poisonous gases aren't even the ones profiting from plastic production, as most of the plastic burning activities are often done in residential areas, the same areas where children come to play. For example, an article from detik.com states that an 8-year-old boy from Banten named Raya Harisetio got diagnosed with acute respiratory infection, and it is directly linked to inhaling poisonous gases. So, while scientists are actively researching for alternative materials for plastic, it can all start right now. Whether it's using refillable bottles, reusable bags, or even stop using single-use containers in the first place. So, I want everybody in the room to hold their single-use plastic bottles if you're currently using one, and really think about it. What effect can it have on our environment? And is it really worth it to risk the lives of our own people for your little convenience, if you can even call it that? Look, none of us are perfect. With the advancements we have today, there's no realistic way we could fully replace plastic. But we can be responsible and consistent. As again, at the end of the day, it can all start with you. So don't wait until scientists create a full replacement. Don't wait until plastic producers stop, as every action counts. That's it from me. I appreciate all of you for listening to my speech, and thank you.
Right. So, Takara bahasa Jepang ya, mohon maaf. Taraka, so the script packaged strong, detailed information on plastic waste, not just plastic, but in specific way PET. that's a good way of doing deeper issues in plastic, because if it's just plastic, it's cliche, so people know everything. So, and then you put example of someone's life in Banten, that's very good. So, and my input is, if you want to do a lot of the narratives, maybe the examples of the victims of plastic waste problems, that will be greater. I think the speech is also valid if we go to 2 or 3 stories of different people and then get the strings pulls from that stories. And by your speech, we gonna dramatic imaginary of polluted beach, which is scripted often. That's good, and the method of converse is very good. Thank you, Taraka.
Okay, once again, thank you, Taraka. We will then proceed to go to our next participant. So I would like to welcome Revalina Izatunisa from SMA Negeri 3 Karawang. So Revalina, the stage is yours.
Said young people fall in love with the wrong people sometimes. Some mistakes get made, that's alright, that's okay. You can think that you're in love when you're really just in pain. These lyrics remind us that mistakes in love are normal. But some mistakes have serious consequences. One of the most painful is early and forced marriage. A few months ago, my friend from Forum Anak visited a small village in Karawang to raise awareness about this issue. She went there to share knowledge and to inspire change. But what she found was heartbreaking. Many young people there, barely out of childhood, were already married. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to the honorable judges and everyone here. My name is Revalina Izatunisa and I'm from SMA Negeri 3 Karawang. Today, I'll be speaking on a topic that is close to my heart. Our voice, our choice, education as our freedom. Have you ever been in a place where you had to live life that was never truly yours? Maybe some have walked through that pace, and maybe others are still living in silently every single day. Ladies and gentlemen, early and forced marriage refers to a union in which one or both individuals are still underage, typically between 15 and 20 years old. In many cases, the marriage happens not out of their own will, but due to pressure or circumstances beyond their control. According to data from UNICEF in 2023, Indonesia ranks 4th in the world for the highest number of child marriages, after India, Bangladesh, and China, with around 25.53 million girls married before the age of 18. It's sad, right? So what was the reason? Actually, there are several factors that contribute to early and forced marriage, including social and educational factors, economic pressure, forced arranged marriages, and lack of proper guidance. For example, when I was in junior high school, I saw many of my peers lose direction in their relationship. As a result, they had to leave school early
and were forced into early marriage as a consequence of decision they made. From that, I believe that education can be a safeguard against early and forced marriage. Why? Because through education, we'll learn not only to read, write, or just pass the exams, but we also learn to think critically so we can make mature and truthful decisions in our lives. Without education and proper guidance, many children lose the chance to shape their own future. So here's a few tips from me to protect yourself from early and forced marriage and to remind us in the simplest way. I want to leave you guys with one word: love. But what does love mean in this context? Is it for L is for the way you look at me? That is different, guys. So love in here means L is for learn continuously. The more knowledge you gain, the more you elevate your personal value and strengthen who you are. O is for open communication. Parents and children parents play an important role in building open communication with their children, so they don't feel afraid to express what they truly feel. V is for voice. Education gives us a confidence and ability to speak up. When we see injustice happening around us, we don't stay silent, but we use our voice to stand up, creating a positive impact for ourselves and, of course, for the others. And E is for economic awareness. Both parents and children should also have awareness about managing finances wisely, so that no one feels dependent on marriage as the only option for stability. Ladies and gentlemen, World Bank studies show that every additional year of education lowers the risk of early and forced marriage, helping prevent domestic violence and other harmful outcomes. And once again, I truly believe that if we start from ourselves and work together as families, communities, and the government, we can build an educated, empowered generation and create a safer, brighter future for all. So, let's stand together and commit to saying no to early and forced marriage, because you have the right to speak, to dream, and to choose your own path. Remember, as Audre Lorde once said, your silence will not protect you. So, promise me that you will keep learning, speaking, and fighting, because our voice and our choice are our freedom. Maybe that's all from me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh yeah. Hello, Revalina. Okay. So I read your script before, and honestly, I didn't know the song, but I expected you to sing because I read this lyric. So I just said to Bapak, "Pak, I think this one will going to sing," and you did. Thank God, because my expectation is not missed. Okay, so I expected you to sing, and you did. That's a strong opening. I can remember you again. Oh, she is the one who sang like that. But be careful with your grammar, because I found some error in your script. You can do better next time. And okay, your intonation and you emphasize in some. It's really on point, and your body language is also play around. You think, you dream, promise. That's a good thing in your part. And congratulations with your speech and your delivery. It's very good. That's for me.
Okay, once again, thank you, Revalina. So continuing, we'll have Kalista Latifa Ansari from SMA 1 Margahayu. So for Kalista, the stage is yours.
I want to tell you something, a story of mine that I don't really share often. So I have a friend who had a disability. And I've always noticed how society saw him. And this is the topic we're talking about. Hello everyone, my name is Kalista. And this speech is dedicated to my dear friend. Just imagine you're living your whole entire life like that, only to be stared at just because you're different. According to the World Health Organization, more than 1.3 billion of people, or about 16% of the world's population, have a significant disability. Unemployment rates among people with disabilities are nearly double those without disabilities, not because they lack ability, but because they never given the chance to show it. We talk about inclusion, but true inclusion isn't about building ramps or adding subtitles. It's about changing the way we see people. Because when society labels someone as less capable, it doesn't just limit their opportunities, it limits their humanity. Stigma often creates barriers to access appropriate schooling due to negative attitudes from teachers or peers. Stigma can affect a patient provider and reluctant to seek necessary medical and mental health care. And people with disabilities may face difficulties finding housing. And study shows that stigma contributes to lower self-esteem, reduced hope, increased anxiety, and even depression among people with disabilities. Stigmatizing attitudes often leads to social avoidance, where people with disabilities are often left out of activities and experiencing friends becoming more distant. And there's a quote from Robert M. Hensel. "There is no greater disability in society than the inability to see a person as more," meaning a person is with a physical or a mental condition isn't the primary barrier to their inclusion and success. And here's a real-life case study. A woman named Sarah, who disclosed her mental health condition during a job interview, was subsequently denied just despite her qualifications. And why is it bad? It's bad because it devalues individuals from misconceptions rather than their inherent worth and potential. This links to social and normalization around harassment. Why? Because stigma directly links to fear of disbelief and retaliations where victims may be feared to be not believed when they were about to report harassment. And this also the lack of support systems. And yes, many countries support on their needs, but the damages doesn't stop. We talk about bullying. If we'll stay silent about the bullying, the labeling, the exclusion, we let others believe it's okay, but it's not. And we need a solution. And that solution is when I noticed something. Even though my friend always got weird looks, everyone always kind to him, helping him, and even treated him the same as everyone. Even though the world is a cruel place, there's still humanity in it. Because some people think stigma is harmless, but it can be isolating as a locked door. But some kind people think that disabilities are just advantages and uniqueness, and maybe that's what inclusion truly means. So if you ever see someone that just doesn't fit the mold, don't turn away, turn towards them. Because when we see someone for who they are, not what they lack, we become part of the change, not becoming part of the problem. Thank you.
Okay, Kalista script has been fantastic emotional hook, and then there's a script for dramatic effect. It's a very personal experience, but I just added some input here. The creative content is valid. The employment, the lack of opportunities of disabilities of people, but then I said the word stigma. The word stigma is very with us today. We know what it looks like, but when we on the speech, we need to provide more concrete day-to-day examples of that. For examples, we don't consider to take our disabilities friend to play with us or maybe to hang out sometimes. That's everyday, day-to-day example of that. That anxiety is alerts on the story. But, and by that, you also mentioned that, and that's also great. Thank you, Kalista, great speech.
Okay, thank you. I would like to welcome our next participant. So continuing, we'll have Ayesha Fauzia Agnia. So for Ayesha, the stage is yours.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, teachers, and my fellow students. Today, I, Ayesha Fauzi Agnia, stand before you to speak about something that should never have to be fought for in the first place. That is gender equality. Yet, here we are in the 21st century, still needing to raise our voices for something so basic, so fundamental, that it should already be the air we breathe. Gender equality is not just about women's rights. It is about human rights. It is about ensuring that every person, regardless of gender, gets the same opportunity to learn, to lead, to earn, and to live freely. It is about breaking invisible chains that tell boys to be tough and girls to be quiet. Indonesia proudly declares itself as a nation that values justice and equality. We even include it in our constitution. But in reality, the gap between promise and practice remains wide, painfully wide. According to data from Badan Pusat Statistik, or BPS, the Gender Development Index in Indonesia continues to lag behind, especially in areas such as access to higher education and wage equality. Behind these statistics are real lives, real dreams that are held back simply because of gender. Yet, what's truly ironic is how the movement for gender equality in our country often ends up being treated like a trend, a fashion statement, rather than a fight for justice. Some people wear feminism like a badge on social media, but their actions tell another story. They post inspirational quotes about women's empowerment, but still mock a woman for being too ambitious. We say we want equal opportunity, but when a woman becomes too successful, we call her arrogant or unfeminine. When a man shows emotion, we call him weak. That is not equality, that is hypocrisy. Then comes the media. Television shows still portray women as accessories to men's stories. The devoted wife or the villain who dares to be independent. News outlets sensationalize female politicians not for their ideas, but for their clothes and appearances. These images shape the way young people see themselves and each other. Meanwhile, on social media, gender equality becomes a battlefield of double standards. A woman who speaks up is called too emotional. A man who supports feminism is accused of trying too hard. Influencers scream empowerment one day, and the next promote unrealistic beauty standards that tell girls their worth lies in how they look, not in who they really are. Gender changing this reality is not just the job of women. It's the responsibility of all of us, man and woman, young and old. Gender equality cannot exist if half of its population remains silent. And every time we stay silent in the face of sexism, every time we laugh at a sexist joke or excuse discrimination as just tradition, we strengthen the very chains we claim to hate. Strength is not about domination or control. It's about respect, apathy, and balance. True strength is not shown by who can speak the loudest, but by who dares to listen, to understand, and to treat others as equals. That, my friends, is where the real challenge begins, because changing the way people think, changing the way society defines strength, power, and worth is never easy. It means questioning habits passed down for generations. It means challenging the comfort of the familiar. Changing social norms takes time. Time, however, is not an excuse for not doing any actions. Now is the time to do the actions, not with violence or anger, but with awareness, courage, and consistency. We can start small in our classrooms, our homes, and our social circles. Speak up when someone makes a sexist remark. Support your friends when they pursue their dreams, regardless of their gender. Question the media you consume. Awareness is power, and young people, like us, hold more power than ever before. Equality is not a Western concept. It is not a luxury. It is not a woman's issue. It is human necessity. Indonesia cannot claim progress if half of its population are left behind. My message to all of us is simple. Stop treating equality as a trend. Treat it as a duty. Stop waiting for the world to change. Be the change. Be the person who challenges unfairness, who uplifts others, who refuses to be defined by outdated expectations. Because equality will not come from speeches alone. It will come from how we live, how we act, and how we treat one another when no one is watching. The fight for gender equality is not over, and it will not end until every girl can dream freely. Every boy can cry without shame, and every human being can live without labels. I am Aisha Fauzi Agnia. Thank you very much.
Okay, I guess the title is When Equality Becomes a Show, right?
It's close to one of the great essays from Reset Indonesia, judulnya Ketika Beyonce Bicara Kemiskinan gitu ya. That's good. And that's also relies of expensive movements. Also, what I input is we can actually debate and debunking the core myths of women too emotional and men sort of like a stigma also. But then one thing I recognize from your speech is how you redefine strengths as respective. It's not just the actual preference of the actual definition. That's a good point of your speech. Thank you, Esa.
Okay, once again, thank you, Aisha. We will be continuing to our next participants. So, I would like to welcome Leonie Nevira Nazara from SMA 4 Cimahi. So, for Leonie, the time and stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone, judges, audiences, and digital citizens of 21st century. Let me start with a simple question. Who are you? A student? A gamer? A K-pop fan? A sick-minded meeting? Or maybe someone desperately trying to finish assignments before Friday? It's fun, isn't it? We talk about being ourselves all the time. Yet most of us spend half our lives scrolling what everyone else is doing. We create, we edit, we caption, and then we hit pause. And just like that, a tiny pixel version of us enters the world. This, my friends, is what many researchers call identity construction. That ongoing process of forming and expressing who we are through the roles we play and choices we make. According to psychologist Erik Erikson, identity isn't something we born with. It's something we build over time through experiment and reflection. And in our generation, that reflection happens not just only in real life, but also in digital space. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Leonie Lavina Nazara, and let's talk about building identity in this crazy era. We live in a time when identity isn't just something we discover. It's something we design. Platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and X, yes, that app we so-called Twitter, have turned identity into performance art. Back then, people used diaries to understand themselves. Now, we use comment section. Back then, people ask, who am I? Now, we ask, what should my bio say? A 2022 study published in New Media and Society found that young people actively build sense of self through social media, using it to experiment with personalities, values, and aesthetics. But here's the irony. While digital platforms give us freedom to express who we are, they also quietly tell us who we should be. They whisper, you should have this body type, you should have that aesthetic, you should talk like this influencer. And slowly, identity becomes less about self-expression and more about social expectation. Let's take a closer look from our own backyard, Indonesia. We pride ourselves on being a country of diversity. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Unity in diversity. But scrolling through your feed and you notice how easily we blend into the same mold, same fashion trends, same slang, and same coffee shop. It's not that we lack uniqueness. It's that we turn uniqueness into a trend. And when being different becomes new normal. confident, but don't too loud. Be aesthetic, but don't stand out too much. Post about your mental health, but make sure it's aesthetically pleasing. Our generation is fluent in contradiction, and that's what makes us fascinating and, well, a little bit lost. But don't get me wrong, digital culture isn't all bad. It's also a space where Indonesia youth are rewriting what identity means. We've seen a teenager from small towns go viral for their talent, not their background. We've seen people use digital platforms to celebrate local culture, from dialect dances on TikTok to Sudanese slang becomes internet gold. So, yes, our digital space can confuse us, but they also can connect us. They remind us that identity isn't a solo project. It's a collective construction shaped by culture, community, and stories we share. Maybe the answer isn't choosing one over the other, but realizing that identity is Indonesia itself. It's meant to be a blend. Not perfect, not pure, but beautifully complicated. Perhaps that's what we need to understand most. Identity is never finished. It's not a checklist or a personality quiz result. It's a long process. Sociologist Stuart Hall wrote that cultural identity is not about being, but about becoming. It changes as we engage with the world around us. So, as we stand in chaos of culture and technology, remember this. You don't need to delete your digital self to find the real you. You just need to remind yourself you are more than your username, more than your aesthetic, and definitely more than your followers. You are a collection of stories. Some you've written, some you're still figuring out, and some that haven't even begun. At the end of the day, remembering how many souls is fighting to stand out and be unique. Maybe we will drown after all. So, go ahead. Pause, create, express, and speak loudly. Remembering we were never meant to survive. I'm Nani Lavinan Acara, and it's time to find the real you. Thank you.
Halo Leoni. Jangan nervous gitu. Tadi sudah coba pakai ini ya, pakai tanpa mic ya. Itu bagus juga. That's because maybe you want to use both hands and also the movement on the stage. That's also great, that theater moves. And that's the introspective theme, digital identity, who you are question from the beginning, that's good. And this style ultimately proved that how to score about the who you are and also about finding the essence of social media, because who you are is also a paradoxical question, maybe that's. But maybe in my input, in this high range energy technique, that needs to be more explosive rather than explanatives. So maybe in explanatives you require more energy. That's maybe you start in the some of the time. Maybe that's for me. Thank you, Leonie.
Okay, so once again, thank you, Leonie. We will then proceed to continue to our next participant. So I would like to welcome Shinsi Mengusung from SMA Negeri Tanjung Sari. So for Shin, the time and stage is yours.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Shin Mengusung. First of all, I'm very happy to have all of you participating in this event. Honestly, I'm a bit nervous to be in front of all of you. But I remember the words of someone who once said to me. He said, a champion is not comes in first, second, or third place, but who dares to take opportunity to comfort in front.
Ini udah. Habis ini aja dong. Hitam ke sini. Oke, habis ini Bapak. None, Pak.
Hello, Sin.
Okay, nice to see you today on your speech. I think you really did a good job, especially when there was a technical problem with the mic. Yeah, you still, went on with your speech. Good job. I would like to comment on your speech when you, on the part when you talk about the impact, you talk about depression, anxiety, and so on. I think you really need to elaborate more about where we can see this depression and this anxiety, why it happens, and how, those depressions and anxiety can really happen to us after using those social media platforms. And then when you talk about suggestions, I think you need to discuss more how your suggestions can really help to overcome those problems that you talked about. Okay, so thank you very much, Sin. Give applause everyone to Sin.
Ini kali ya, ada tambahan ya. As added, so in your speech there is a part of when you, if we do that, but we do that, social media makes us connect, but also make us disconnect. That's a good premise, by the way, to opening the speech, or maybe on some part of the speech, that two sides of social media's knife, maybe. That's the method that you need to use, because that's so great. And then, and also the solutions of the, that's also mentioned by the judges, how we gonna cut the edge of the problems. Maybe the anxiety problems is to talk to people, but maybe that's the solution is not to talk to people, because if people anxiety, even talking is the most, most drained, most drained activities. So maybe there's a lot of solution, creative solution to begin with that. Thank you, Sin.
Okay, once again, thank you, Shin. So, as I previously mentioned before, after a few participants, we will have our short break. So we will begin our 5-minute short break now. Enjoy your break. Jadi sekalinya ada 4 lagi, di situ ada saya.
Sambil lulungan remi. Itu karena custom ya, jadi
Okay, so our 5 minutes break has already come to an end. So I would really like for all the participants to come and gather around in the venue again, as we will continue to our next participant. So next we'll have Keiko Hoirunisa Anggraini from SMA Darut Tauhid Boarding School Putri. So for Keiko, the time and stage is yours. Round of applause, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the honorable judges, the respected teachers, and all my fellow friends and competitors. Before talking further, I want to say thank you to the MC for giving me a chance to speak in front of the audience. We gather here often speaking of justice, humanity, and progress, but I ask you to look closely at our society, at our interaction and comment section that we scroll past every day. We ask invasive, irrelevant question that we ask is, why were they there? Why did they wear that? Why did they choose to speak up now? My heaviest question today is, who are we protecting? I am Keiko Hoirunisa Anggraini as a proud representative of SMA Darut Tauhid Boarding School Putri. And my speech today is titled, Who Are We Protecting? Let's start from imagine a student. Let's call him Alex. He tried to invisible for his morning because he knows that if they see him, his book will be knocked from his hand or a joke will be whispered just loud enough for him to hear. One day, it got too much. He breaks down. He finally tells a teachers. And the first question that his teachers ask is not, are you okay? But the first question is, well, what did you do to provoke them? Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just a question. This is an accusation. And this is the most powerful ally that a bully has. Today, I am standing here not just talk about bullying. I am here to argue that our toxic culture of victim blaming is the gasoline of fire of school violence. And it gives a free pass to the bullies. First, let's talk about the victim. When we blame the victim, we are silencing them. Victim blaming give the bullying give the first one, the physical or verbal pain, but victim blaming give the second one, the physiological pain. It tells Alex his pain is on his fault, and is suffering him that his pain is on fault. Now, he is not just a victim. He is also a problem, a tattletale, or too sensitive. What is the result? The victim stop reporting. They suffer in silence. And this silence is breeding ground for anxiety, depression, or total collapse of self-worth. We are telling them that you deserve this. But it gets worse. Every time we give the bully question, it's empowering the bully. Every time a bully hears an adult ask, what did you do to provoke them? They are learning a lesson. The lesson that they learn is, it wasn't my fault, I was provoked. I had a reason. And this creates a distorted school culture of social disappears. The bully never forced to confront their own action. Victim blaming gives the bully ultimate weapon, justification. It is get out of jail free card. And it gives them a product, a green light to do it again. So, the problem is not just the act of bullying, but also our reaction to it. How do we fix this? We start from shifting our language. We must change our question to ask. For our school and teachers, the first question we have asked to the victims must always be, it's okay, this is not your fault, we will help you. And the first question to the bully must always be, why did you do that? Not why were you angry? But also, what did you do to choose hurt someone? And for us, the students, when we see it happening, we must change our culture too. Stand with them. Stop asking to the victim what they did. Stop being a silent audience. Let's be them. So, ladies and gentlemen, victim blaming, ladies and gentlemen, bullying is a fire. Victim blaming is a gasoline. So, I am asking to all of you today to stop fueling the flames. Let's be the water. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tadi itu siapa namanya? Oke, Oke. Good day, Keiko. Okay, first of all, that's a good speech, and you brought a good case about bullying, right? And you deliver it with very good. You are very confident, and you also use good intonation and some playful expression there. That I see that. Maybe if you can use that juga, that's also good. Nungguin dari tadi. Okay, but in speech. This is some notes for you for next time. In speech, you can also play with emotion, right? Because you deliver it about bullying. You can deliver it by getting angry maybe, or maybe inviting the audience to get sad, or maybe to empathy. You can play with that. So next time, maybe you can adjust the topic with the tone that you want to play with. Okay, that's
me. Right, Keiko. So I noticed two notes. First, the Alex story ya, itu naratif di bawah sama Alex. That's Alex story is very interesting. But if in the speech and also on the text, Alex mentions more often, we're gonna connect to what Alex feeling, to what he's been bullied or been hurt or such. And then also the part of let's change this question to this question, that will be great opening. Because changing the culture maybe is as simply as changing the question to the victims of bullying. Maybe that. Thank you, great speech, Keiko.
Thank you so much.
Okay, once again, thank you. So we'll move on to our next participant. I would like to welcome Arung Swarnabumi from SMK Telkom Bandung. So, Arung, the time and stage is yours. Round of applause, please.
Check. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arung Swarnabumi, and today I would like to start my speech by stating that I am now 16 years old. It is important because that means next year I will turn 17. And I will have my national ID, my driver's license, but most importantly, my right to vote in the election. So in the next election, in 2029, I will vote. Now, the question is, what kind of candidates are worth my vote? In a naive and ideal world, we will vote for those with vision, capability, integrity, and accountability. We want those whom elected will work for the best interests of the people they represent. And we will gladly pay them with our taxes. Well, in my case, for the time being, my father's tax. But sadly and unfortunately, reality is not as what we hoped for. Many of the elected leaders fall short of the people's expectations. Those who promise good visions during their campaigns seem to forget or unable to fulfill what they promised. Now that got me thinking, After their oath of office, don't they have the power to realize their good visions and their promises? Or is it because they have power that they then don't do it? Just about 3 months ago, the people of this country demonstrated against the House of Representatives. As many of you might have more knowledge of what happened, it started because, among other things, the members of parliament suggested to increase their housing allowance and other facilities, which is considered exceedingly high and unethical amid the current economic hardships and tax increases that burden the people. And when confronted with it, some of the members issued statements that were insensitive and mocked the public concern. Once again, it got me thinking, how did these problematic figures get elected? They didn't side with the people. They didn't show any accountability. I even heard some of them were re-elected. Did they use their power to get there? That episode of this country's history is just one example of many. To name another one, the New Order era of this country's government, where the press was oppressed. Some news magazine publishers were shut down because they reported something that the government did not like or did not want them to report. It is concerning that when people gain power, they may begin to think that they're above the rules and beyond criticism, or entitled to act in self-interest rather than for the greater good. It's as a 19th century historian said in his letter to an Anglican bishop, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Now let's be fair. Power isn't inherently bad. Power can better lives for the greater good. Any leader needs power to be able to do their job. But without accountability, then even good leaders can become corrupt. I will not preach about the technicalities on leaders' accountability. After all, I'm just 16 years old. There's still a lot for me to learn. There are many experts in this great country to discuss about that. But what I want to underline is that accountability is an important aspect for any leader to have, to prevent corruption and power abuse from happening. Amid the current news concerning our leaders' accountability, there are examples of good leaders and with accountability. To name a few, Mr. Ignatius Jonan, who revolutionized Indonesian railways, turning it from uncomfortable and inferior to a pleasant experience. Mr. Dahlan Iskan, who improved Indonesian infrastructure and solved the complicated way of paying for your electricity from the meter system to the token system. And Ms. Shirley Chawanda, who is still in office as the governor of North Maluku. She increased transparency within her government, in turn decreasing corruption within her administration. And I'm sure that there are still many more. Now, I'm well aware that my generation is inheriting this country's debt and the climate crisis. But we're also inheriting the duty of eternal vigilance. The corrupting influence of power is real, but I believe it's not inevitable. It only thrives when the people look away. In exactly 12 months from now, my work begins. Until then, my voice starts now. Let's make sure that the leaders we choose from now on know that accountability is the only thing that gets you power. Thank you.
Okay, Arung, very engaging. And also you mentioned history first from the apa namanya? Dari peserta yang menjelaskan mention itu ya. So the opener, the 16 years old statement, that's a very good statement. Because as a 16 years old man and also will become next year soon to be voter, yeah, that maybe that's when you speech, you need to be maybe mention more about 16 years old, keresahan 16 tahun tuh apa aja sih gitu. And that also the figure that also in 16 years old they become a great leaders. If you read in this campus named Iwa Kusuma Sumantri, and he's 16 years old, he wrote the essays and he become a leaders too. That's a great example of that. But anyway, that's good speech. Mantap.
Okay, once again, thank you, Arung. We will be continuing to our next participant then. I would like to welcome Humaira Anaya Putri Bangsoratu from SMA 3 Bandung. So for Humaira, the stage is yours.
Before I start my speech, am I audible, guys? Okay. Oh my god, those baggy jeans are so to die for. Maybe I should buy it. They look so good in my mirror picture, don't you think? Wait, what even is a labubu? Why is it so expensive and why does it look so ugly? Maybe I should buy it because it's so on trend right now, don't you think? Wait, have you seen her feed? It looks so pretty, her family's so perfect, and she has #body goals. Hold on, wait, what? Izzy and Brian broke up? Didn't they post on social media like about a month ago? Maybe the 3-month rule is real. Hold on, somebody just followed me. Oh yeah, she's definitely rich. She goes to China, Singapore, Japan, and she has 17,000 followers. Okay, maybe I should check how many followers I have. 2,682. That's not bad, but I could do better. Maybe I should post something new. Maybe I should join the trend. Maybe I should buy that overpriced labubu, and maybe I should change something about myself, so maybe then they'll notice me. My name is Aira, and I'm from SMA Negeri 3 Bandung, and yes, those thoughts are my inner monologue every single time I open social media. After repeating those thoughts constantly over and over again, it came down to one question. Why am I letting social media convince me to buy wider jeans than my whole entire lifetime? And I kid you not, I'm probably not the only person that has probably felt this way. Let's face it, social media doesn't just reflect our real world, but it also reconstructs our lifestyle and molds the way we think, approach, and our thoughts every single day. Social media has become a place for us to share our personality, find inspiration, and connect with others, but it's also a place where we constantly compare, compete, and constantly question whether we're enough. In this generation, our self-worth is constantly curated by likes, our confidence is constantly curated by comments, and moments of silence in social media posts can feel like social suicide. And that's the most dangerous part, because the more we start living for our screens, the less we start living for ourselves. Now, let's play the honest game here. Raise your hand up if you came to a place that was recommended by Instagram or TikTok. Raise your hand up if you bought such an overpriced item that you didn't really need, but you bought it anyways because it was on trend. Exactly. Raise your hand up if you thought twice because you thought before posting something because you thought you didn't look good enough or if it didn't match your aesthetic feed. All of those hands that have been rising prove my exact same point. We've all done it at one point, don't you think? Social media was supposed to make us a place for connection, but it has made us a place for competitivity, of most successfulness, of most beautiful, of most happiest. We constantly scroll and scroll and scroll, constantly comparing ourselves to other people that probably feel as insecure as us. I can prove it to you right now. This effect isn't only hitting me or you, but it's hitting everybody. Open your phones right now and take a look at social media guys and Instagram. They wear the same baggy jeans, the same labubu in their keychain, with their matchas in their hand, listening to Playboy Cardi. Spoiler alert, they don't listen to Playboy Cardi, but they do anyways. Why? Because that's what they think is it. So now suddenly, everybody is trying to be the exact same person. The so-called cool, the so-called effortless, the so-called slang nonchalant, and most importantly, detached. So at the end of the day, it's not even about the it's about conformity dressed up in confidence. Now, without us even realizing it, we start losing our sense of originality. We start talking the same, dressing the same, listening to the same songs, and even forming the exact same opinions. Because what? We are so scared of standing out. Overconsumption of social media has become terrifyingly detrimental to our process of thinking independently. Especially for us teenagers whose identities are still forming, it is so easy for us to influence our idols and internalize their opinions just like that. We don't even realize it until we start constantly repeating thoughts that was never really truly ours. That effect has made a society that is constantly told what to think, but never how to think. It has created a society where originality is replaced by imitation and conformity is dressed up as confidence, which is also dangerous. Why? Because the more we start, yet again, as I've said, the more we start living for our phones, the less we start living for ourselves. And in the end of it all, that's where the also so-called FOMO comes in, the fear of missing out. But let me tell you, FOMO isn't actually the villain in the story. That same exact feeling of FOMO sparks something inside me, which is called curiosity. Not any type of curiosity, but the type of curiosity that makes me want to know something beyond my screen. Because let's face it, social media isn't all that bad. It also exposes us to things that we have never truly seen before. Take myself as an example. I scrolled endlessly through the hashtags, through the Instagram story templates, to the 15-second TikToks for me to be aware right now about the political and economical state of the world. Take a look at genocides in Palestine. Take a look at the women's rights movements, and take a look at climate change. All of those things I've learned from the so-called feeling of FOMO. It's also how I and we discover different cultures, start to question old social norms, and even start treating other people with respect in the midst of diversity. So, in the end, the problem really isn't about social media itself. It's about how to use it correctly. Stop letting it control what we think, but to grow what we already know. So, if we start changing this so-called FOMO into curiosity, then maybe, just maybe, social media can actually go back to what it was supposed to be, a space for creativity, connection, and change. So, if you think my speech here is all about throwing away your phone or deleting your application or vanishing from the digital world, then I'm here to tell you that you're wrong. This whole speech has always been about being intentional. Because between the fleeting followers and the likes and the filters, we all tend to forget why social media existed in the first place. But let me tell you, social media does not define us. Us as the users, we define social media. Because when we start being intentional with what we post, what we consume, and what we stand for, that's when social media stops becoming a trap and starts becoming a tool to express, to change, to educate, and for creativity. So don't vanish off the social media world, but also redefine it. Make it a place that reflects your change, your vision, and your truth. Because in the end, the power has always been ours. So let's be intentional, let's be real, and most importantly, let's unapologetically be ourselves. Thank you.
Check. Okay. So, Mayra, okay. I really enjoyed your speech today and how it was systematically delivered. One thing in my mind after listening your speech is that is it really hard to be an individual these days because of social media? Okay, so one thing for sure is that I'd like to ask you this one question when you talk about us, we, teenagers. So who are they? So what are the characteristics of these teenagers that like to compare, to compete, yeah, because of the social media? Because I think there are so many other teenagers who do not directly influenced by
social media. Okay. Yeah.
Individuality is such a unique thing, and it is so okay for you to just be yourself. To stop performing for other people, to stop joining the performative male camp. So, you guys have heard of the performative
Yeah.
male camp, where everyone's just hyping you this matcha or labubu. I'm here to tell you that it is okay if you don't like a labubu, if you don't like matcha, if you like cappuccinos instead of matcha. It's completely fine, because those people, they want the validation from other people. And I'm here to tell you that it is okay just to be yourself. You have to be content with who you are, and then you can start following trends. Because at the end, who you really know about yourself is just who you are as a person. So that's basically
This is very Gen Z standpoint, yeah? Round applause for Romaira. I like to add some of my point there. Maybe they need to reconsider that the point of everybody wants to join, not 100% people want to join. Maybe there's a 20% that has very niche and weird things, you know. Now, that 20% also had desire to validations. That's also, so in the niche liking, or maybe on the popular trend, there's also validation of don't become who they are. There also that. Maybe it need to be reconsidered about that them because the popular is also that. But the overall speech is very hooked. It's very engaging. Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, once again, thank you so much, Humaira. Therefore, I would like to proceed to our next participants. So I would love to welcome Muhammad Adriel Fairuz Zahri from SMIT Al Irsyad Al Islamiyah Karawang. So for Muhammad Adriel, the time and stage is yours. Round of applause, please.
What if silence with you isn't peace, but pain? What if the words we'd ever say are the ones that will have saved someone's life? Hi, my name is Adriel, and today I want to talk about something that touches all of us, the internet. A space that changed how we live, how we think, and how we speak. A place that can connect millions, yet sometimes make us feel more alone than ever. The internet was built to share ideas and bring the world closer. And yes, of course, it has done that. We can learn anything with a single click, reach anyone, anywhere, anytime. But slowly, the same space begin to shape how we see ourselves and each other. It becomes a stage for perfection, a mirror that shows not who we are, but who we pretend to be. According to UNICEF in 2023, more than 45% of teenagers in Indonesia face online bullying. Even worse, 1 in 3 of them never told anyone. They stay silent because they were scared. Scared of being loved, of being called dramatic, of being not believed. And that silence is deadly. Behind a smile and selfie could be someone's crying. Behind every post that says, I'm fine, I'm okay, I'm alright, could be a heart that is breaking. A true story from South Korea proves this pain is real. A 16-year-old girl was bullied online for her looks. Her own classmates made fake accounts and posted edited photos to humiliate her. Every morning, she smiled, pretending she was okay. But she wasn't. And one day, she could not bear it anymore. This story isn't about a stranger from another country. This story could happen to any of us. That is what happens when silence hurts more. People often say, just ignore the hate, but it's easier to say it than done. Words cut deeper than we think. They linger, they echo, they wound. Our generation is drowning in sound, yet starving for real connection. We compare our lives to strangers, measure happiness by likes, friendship by followers, and worth by views. But if the internet has the power to destroy, it also has the power to rebuild. In 2024, UNICEF found more than half of young Indonesians use social media to learn new skills and express themselves creatively. This shows one simple truth. The internet itself is an enemy. Danger comes when we forget how to use it wisely. Let's show one simple truth. Even if the internet, the one that makes us the worst, we also can rebuild with it. The internet gives everyone a voice. But what we say defines what kind of world we build. Some use that voice to hate, others use it to heal. And maybe that is where the line between harm and hope begins. We must dare to speak, not for attention, but for truth. Dare to speak even when our hands shake. Dare to defend someone when no one else will. Because silence, it feels safe, but it also protects the problem. It lets cruelty grow louder. One voice, one word, one act of courage can change everything. So when silence hurts more, speak. Speak for what is right. Speak for those who care. Speak because your voice matters. Speak because the world still is the sound of honesty. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Adriel. Adriel, how do you feel when you heard about news of Timothy? Do you sad or you anger? Right, okay. That's what the speech is all about, is how to be angry and also about to be sad. And that's a good delivery too. But my point is maybe if you want to be not on mic, that's vocal need to be aroused in this room. But the text and the speeches, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I want to add some points. Sama seperti yang tadi bapaknya bilang, if you want to try with not by not using mic, you can try more vocal and around. And right, if you want to play with tone, I noticed some tones that you deliver your speech. You can try connecting it with contents or with context or with words, not within the middle of the sentence or at the end of the sentence, because the tone will be just like that. All your speech, almost all your speech, the tone is the same, not it's static, the same throughout the speech. So maybe next time you can try to connect it with words, not with the middle of the sentence or at the end of the sentence, because the tone is, all of them, it's kind of the same. Okay.
Keywords.
Yeah, keywords. Thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you. And then, are you guys tired? It's already like 12 in the afternoon. Are you guys hungry? So I guess this is the time that we've all been waiting for. we're going to have our Isoma break. So the Isoma is going to be like around 45 minutes. So I would really appreciate if you guys could come back to the venue before 1 p.m. Is there any question before? No? Okay, so, for all the participants, I know you guys are hungry, so we have already accommodated you guys with some consumptions. So if you guys want to eat, you guys could go to the registration table to pick up your food. Thank you. You guys could also refill your drinks on the gallon outside. Thank you.
Jangan nervous, kamu juga jadi. Di lantai 2. Dekanat, yang dekanat. Oh ya bisa. Barengin aja mending diantar, soalnya lika-likunya. Saya mau ngerokok bu, jadi sambil di tempat itu.
I've seen the student that maybe people underestimate. They or he or she cannot win any competitions, but after a year's with us, with nurturing day by day, he can win competition, and I'm very glad for that. Not only that, I see some of my students get scholarship, fully funded, and a lot of things that maybe they never dream of, but they can achieve. So yeah, we're currently on the global competition. We prepare to compete with the people around the world, and you don't have to begin to start, but you have to start.
Viral? Yakin viral?
Udah cross check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting.
Dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live di Metro TV.
Life is a series of moves. Success is about making the right decisions. From the early choices to the difficult ones. And some may require sacrifice. But the choice is always yours. So choose to get ahead. Choose to win. Own your future.
I've seen the student that maybe people underestimate. They or he or she cannot win any competitions, but after a year's with us, with nurturing day by day, he can win competition, and I'm very glad for that. Not only that, I see some of my students get scholarship, fully funded, and a lot of things that maybe they never dream of, but they can achieve. So yeah, we're currently on the global competition. We prepare to compete with the people around the world, and you don't have to begin to start, but you have to start.
Hah? Viral? Yakin viral?
Udah cross-check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting.
Dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live di Metro TV.
Life is a series of moves. Success is about making the right decisions. From the early choices to the difficult ones. And some may require sacrifice. But the choice is always yours. So choose to get ahead. Choose to win. Own your future.
performance just now. In our day-to-day life, it is almost impossible for us to live without social media. From the moment of dawn to the moment we go to bed, our eyes are glued to the screen, scrolling, liking, sharing, and commenting. Social media not only entertains us, but powerfully shapes what we think, believe, and how we live our lives. Have we ever stopped to consider how deeply social media influences our culture, habits, and opinions? Your Honor, the judges, whole audience, and all the participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Balkis Nahilayania. I'm from Mendua, Kota Bogor, and I would like to convey my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for your presence at this very moment, and thank you for giving me this tremendous opportunity to deliver my speech by the title, Scroll, Post, Repeat, the digital culture that shapes us. Social media gives us freedom to convey ourselves, yet it also pressures us to fit in, to be liked, and to follow trends. It makes a world where validation often means value, where worth based on numbers, and where silence can easily be mistaken for invisibility. We shape our posts carefully, choosing only the best angles, the happiest smiles, the brightest filters. But are we still showing who we really are? Social media also drives social influence. What we wear, we eat, we buy, much of it is shaped by algorithms, influencers, and viral trends. Sometimes we follow these trends unconsciously, just to belong to the crowd. In other words, social media does not just reflect our culture, it creates it. It decides what's cool, what's beautiful, what's acceptable. It determines what we discuss or overlook. And slowly, it shapes who we become. For example, in 2025, Indonesia had more than 207 million social media users, accounting for about 72.7% from the total population. According to a PJII survey, TikTok was the most popular platform, followed by Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. However, in the midst of all these screens and alerts, we occasionally lose sight of what presence really means. We can't feel lonely on the inside, even if we have hundreds of online friends. We argue in comments, laugh with emojis, and show love with hearts. But how often do we actually connect and listen? No number of followers can ever match the warmth of a single sincere conversation. So, digital connection should never take a place over real communication. Moving forward, social media has changed our lifestyles. It has transformed the way we work, learn, shop, or even fall in love. We start to measure happiness by likes and success by the number of followers. We scroll for hours without realizing that the most precious thing we have quietly slips away. It has the power to shape what we think and how we live our lives and our lifestyles. As a result, we start to believe everything we see. We judge people based on rumors that might not even be true. Social media only shows the tiny parts of reality. We must remember that behind every post, every click, every trend, there are real people with real thoughts and emotions. That is why critical thinking is essential in this digital era. Do not judge people just by what you see on social media. Never will we actually know the full story behind the screen. We have not yet seen the bigger picture. Let us use social media not only to seek for validation, but also to enhance understanding. Not only to follow trends, but also to share the truth. And not only to build an online image, but also to contribute to building a better society, both online and offline. Our generation is at a crossroads. We are among the first who have grown up in silence, surrounded by social media. and we might be the last who remember a time before it. Therefore, it is up to us to decide whether internet will be a place of truth and kindness for the next generation, or one of hate and deceit. Its answers lies in the way we behave now and in the way we express ourselves online. Ladies and gentlemen, by this little speech, I hope I can participate by giving a hand to remind all of you, including myself, that social media is a powerful tool that shapes how we live our lives. Its impact depends on how we use it, either to connect or to divide, to harm or to inspire. So, let's use it wisely and let it reflect the best of who we really are. Let us be the generation that choose wisdom over impulsiveness, empathy over envy, and truth over trends. Let's create a digital world that not reflects the perfection we pretend to have, but a goodness we actually possess. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bakis, you have choose a strong and reflective topic on digital culture and the process of online validation, once more. But then my point of input is your voice carried a persistent, uniform smiley tone, is it? And then, but some of it is flattened the serious point of that. So maybe the smile is very important to the speech, but then in several points that needs to be, kind of same as what you said in the speech. And then the script offered a good data and relevant rhetorical questions within us. But then you need to be engaged with audience more, and you need to be take the question to the audience maybe. Yeah, that's more be relevant. Thank you, Balkis.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Balkis. We're going to move on to our next contestant. Therefore, I would like to welcome Nabil Ahsanul Khalif. So for Nabil, the time and stage is yours. Round of applause, please.
I was one of you. We all stood there together. I listened, I cared, I promised to be the voices of the people, but now I became a puppet, surrounded by yes men, too busy to hear the voices of those who previously had faith in me. Power changed me, and the person they once trusted is long gone. That painful truth is undeniable. Hi, my name is Nabil, and like many of you, I burn with the desire to lead, whether it's in a school council, a company, or even a community. Witnessing politics at every level, I am deeply troubled by a question. Why does compassion and integrity fade as people ascend the ranks of power? Leaders guide institutions, make difficult calls, and manage resources, but integrity drops as power rises. This isn't just a feeling. Studies confirms it. To acknowledge this, we must examine the psychological effect of power, systemic failures, and the necessity of external accountability mechanisms. This brings me into my core argument. The unchecked influence of power inevitably erodes a leader's sense of accountability, turning public servants into self-serving entities unless robust external constraints are rigorously enforced. First, power changes the brain. It is more than a title. It rewires our thinking. Power creates an empathy gap, People in authority became less responsive to others, seeing them as means to an end instead of individuals. Studies by social psychologist Adam Galinsky have shown that high-power individuals are less likely to high-power individuals are less likely to subconsciously adapt another person's perspective. Furthermore, neuroscientists have shown that a sense of power literally shuts down activity in the brain's mirror system, which is crucial for empathy. Second, power creates a sense of invulnerability. Privileged leaders see themselves as above the rules, leading to risky or unethical choices. Now, research in behavioral science have shown that high-power individuals are more likely to break traffic laws, cheat on games, or make self-serving ethical decisions because they perceive a lower risk of punishment. Finally, entitlement sets in. Leaders come to see privilege as a permanent right rather than a temporary trust. The public servant sees the treasury as a personal property where accountability ends. But you see, without accountability and institutional barriers, without accountability and institutional barriers, power can corrupt, but not inevitably. Well, you see, corruption happens because it is a structural problem that emerges when institutions fail to limit authority. The first failure of institutional is the weakening of institutional checks. A powerful leader's natural instinct is to surround themselves with loyalists, not critics. Why? Because they neutralize or dismantle the independent institution, the free press, the judiciaries, and internal auditors that are supposed to hold power in check. When the media is silenced and the courts are compromised, the system loses its size and its voice. Next, leaders create information bubbles. They get less honest feedback as subordinates hide bad news, which leads to delayed accountability, and also subordinates are reluctant to deliver negative information because which results to overly optimistic curated data. Well, you see, corruption is not only a psychological issue, it is also a systemic failure. Well, corruption is not only an unstoppable force of nature, it is a systemic failure that we can address in 3 steps. First, we have to make sure that leaders can stay productive. How can we achieve this? Well, it is simple. It is to support investigative journalism, and also by doing peaceful public pressure. Second, we must strengthen the rules, right? By doing this, leaders have to show their financial information and also rewarding those who report wrongdoings. It is to show leaders that honesty is not an optional. It is necessity. Now, lastly, leaders should take ethical training. This is to show them that the true meaning, the true effect of power. Power can corrupt, but not inevitably. Power can corrupt, but not inevitably. I am aware that corruption is a structural problem, so stay alert. Protect our democracy. Protect our democracy. Accountability is not a gift from leaders. It is a standard that citizens must continually demand. So it is better to speak up. It is better to speak our voices, remembering that we were never meant to survive. Thank you.
Okay, Hello, Nabil, and
Hello.
thank you for mentioning investigative journalism, my field. Thank you. And that's the empathy gap and also psychological effects on the corruption problem is also a very big issue in our news today. But then again, that's a great article, that's great writing. But then how you deliver your speech, that's maybe the issue some here with the fluency. You don't need to stick on the article, man. You just can converse with the room, with the people. So it will be more engaging to the audience. Thank you, Nabil. Great speech.
Okay, once again, thank you, Nabil. I would like to proceed to our next participant. Therefore, I would love to welcome Naziha Aina Atila from SMA IT Al Ishad Al Islamiyah Karawang. So, Naziha, the time and stage is yours. Round of applause, please.
Is silence really the answer when you get hit in the face? Because as a victim of bullying myself, I had to learn the hard way that silence wasn't gold. It's just a heavy weight that presses your chest, making you want to scream, but you can't. It's almost ironic how the bully becomes the victim. And if that sounds confusing at first, unfortunately, this is something that happens way too often in schools. Honorable judges and present audience, my name is Naziha. 35 years ago, a university in the United Kingdom advised their students, especially women like me, to not walk in alleys after dark, or to wear excessive jewelry or suggestive clothes. 15 years ago, the discipline of victimology emerged to study a crime from the victim's perspective, as Habits' environment still focuses on why the victim is there in the first place. Now, this shows that victim blaming has been with us for many, many years. In fact, the term victim blaming was first invented in 1971 by William Ryan. And we might not realize that we've been a part of it all along. Now, why do we blame victims? You see, when a bully becomes a victim, they're essentially avoiding actions they regret or are uncomfortable with. They make themselves the misunderstood one, the one who didn't mean it. Victim blaming becomes their shield, as it allows them to continue what they do without facing any consequences. Earlier I mentioned that we might be a part of this, right? Have you ever said to a student or a sibling to just toughen up? This happens to everyone, or just ignore them. Now, these comments can make victim blaming seem normal. They suggest that the victim should accept the abuse and make it seem like their reaction is the problem instead of the abuse itself. Sadly, this ignores how serious the abuse is and the responsibility for dealing with the bully on the victim. Also, always being dismissed like this can really harm someone's mental health. Victim blaming is another kind of trauma. It adds to the pain of bullying, making it easier for someone to develop anxiety or depression. If this keeps happening, then asking for help can start to feel risky because it only brings more pain. It makes them feel alone, not because it's safer, but because they feel like they need to protect themselves. Students who are constantly blamed over and over start to feel like no one will ever understand or let alone help them. In the end, we are back to square one, the heavy weight of staying silent. It might seem like these patterns just help people hide the truth, and that's exactly what's happened. This problem isn't just individual-wise, but schools, workplaces, even the government has blamed victims and taken legal action against them. This is what we call defamation. This discussion has shown the whole harmful cycle. Bullies avoid blame, society tells victims it's their fault, and institutions care more about their image than the well-being and mental state of someone who actually needs help. The silence that presses the victim's chest isn't golden. It's a chain forged by our own complicity. Every time we ask a victim, what did they do, or tell a child to toughen up, we are helping the bully. We are helping institutions maintain a toxic status quo. To change this culture, we must agree on one clear principle. Only and only the aggressor is responsible. We need to stop looking for reasons and start asking for actions. When a victim speaks up, we shouldn't say, I believe you, this shouldn't have happened. What can I do to make you feel safe right now? Instead, we must ask our schools and communities to choose accountability over their image. If you can't speak for yourself, then speak for the ones who can't. Let's pledge today to stop asking for help and start helping those in need. Let's promise today to stop asking what the victim did and start demanding that the bully change. The cost of silence is too high. We pay for it with the self-worth and future of every student we fail to protect. And so, it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. Thank you very much.
Hello, Naziha.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, I note you use good openings by saying the old saying like silence is gold, but then refute it. That's a good point. And however, when you asking on the audience, try to take some pause to try if they want to engage or not. Always like that. And then I kind of notice you're kind of afraid to engage because when you say right, your voice is kind of lower when you're saying another things, right? Something like that. And then next time maybe you can pace around. I mean, the stage is yours. It's literally yours. You can move around. And then I kind of notice there's some, I don't know, maybe there's some boundaries because when you move, your move limited to this. I mean, one you can just say one, or maybe try to explore your body expression more and body language. Yeah, that's my note.
Thank you very much.
Okay, once again, I would like to say thank you, Naziha, for delivering your speech. Next, we are going to continue with our next participant. Therefore, I would like to welcome Ananda Trilestari from SMA 1 Cikalong Wetan. So for Ananda, the time and the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, respected committees, and fellow participants. My name is Ananda Trilestari, proudly representing Seman 1 Cikalongwetan. It is an honor to stand here at the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition 2025, a stage where voices can challenge ideas and spark change. Today, under the subtheme, the corrupting influence of power on leader accountability, I will talk about how power can blur the line between leadership and corruption. Because power, while essential for leadership, often becomes a double-edged sword. It can build nations or quietly destroy integrity. Let's reflect on something subtle yet real. The shift that happens when power meets comfort, when leadership turns from service to self-preservation. Power itself isn't evil, it's simply a tool. Most leaders begin with noble intention, speaking of justice, progress, and representation. But over time, the seat they hold start to feel like a throne. Start to feel like a throne. Sorry. To feel like a throne. I'm sorry, my mistake. We've seen this pattern unfold in our own country. A leader rises with humility, calling themselves a servant of the people. But as years pass, the people become fewer, advisors, friends, and business allies. Decisions move from open forums to closed rooms, and accountability turns into a formality. Spoken but rarely practiced. We hear promises of transparency and integrity. Yet progress is measured by tall buildings instead of fair opportunities. Bridges remain half-built, schools unstarted, and accountability schools unstarted, but speeches and applause never end. But the truth is, a leadership is only as strong as the people who hold them accountable. When citizens stay silent, power grows comfortable. When questions are discouraged, truth grows distant. When criticism is treated as disloyalty, a leader stops serving and begins ruling. Sorry. It begins with awareness, with the courage to ask simple questions. Who does this decision benefit? Why was this promise changed? Who is responsible when something goes wrong? When these questions are welcome, not feared, a leader remains grounded. Because true leadership is not measured by how loud one speaks or how grand a project appears, but by how close one stays to the people they promise to serve. And for us, the younger generation, this is where our duty begins. We are the observers, the witnesses of how power behaves. power itself isn't evil. Power itself, it doesn't corrupt instantly. It corrupts slowly, softly, like water wearing down stone. Our role is to notice the first drop. In the end, the power itself is evil. It's the hands that hold it that decide what it becomes. But true leadership is not about control, but about responsibility, transparency, and humility. So may we all seek power, not for pride, but for purpose. Thank you for your kind attention, and I sincerely apologize for any mistake in my words or delivery. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, another script was written beautifully, poetically potential, and then contemplative. Yeah, and then the prolonged dead air that was happened. It's okay. The speech meant to be you adapt and also improve on the stage, because any text would not would not given any help when we are on the stage. So that's maybe the way to improve, yeah, because don't stay on the text, just stay on your points. Okay, improve. Another thank you.
Once again, I say thank you for delivering your speech beautifully. Now I would love to proceed to another contestant. Therefore, I would love to call Audre Lorde from Mandua Kota Bogor. So for Audre Lorde, the time and stage is yours.
It is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. And that's why we have to unite our voices to speak for the truth. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Sejahtera, Sampurasun. In this afternoon, I'm here to celebrate the party of free speech. And before continuing so, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Audre Lorde, and I'm presenting Mandua Kota Bogor. And I'm here to share my speech with you guys about the whispers of power. Let's begin. Power begins quietly, with hope. A leader is chosen by the people because the people believed in them. They believe that this person, they will protect, they will repair, and they will help. They will provide what has been missing for years. At first, the leader remembers the faces of the people who lifted them. They remember the faces of the people who gave them trust. They listen, they try, and they act with care. But power has a voice. It whispers, urgent and insistent, that the leaders, they are special. They are entitled to more. And that's where the promise suddenly fades. Small exceptions may become dangerous, and they think no one needs to know. Corruption doesn't have a grand start. It starts in a moment. A small gift, a small lie, a small excuse for convenience. It may seem harmless and easy to justify. And corruption But then, one excuse becomes two, then two excuses becomes three, and suddenly, for the leader, right and wrongs blur. And they slowly forget the faces of the people who trusted them, who believed in them. And then the power given twists, now feeling like power is owned. That is corruption. But corruption isn't just about stealing money. It's about stealing the people's trust. It's about stealing the people's fairness. It's about stealing the belief of the people that things can change. They are taking that from us. And when corruption root systems crumble, the law stops protecting all. It only protects the powerful. The media is swiftly silenced or held in check. The truth vanishes behind sealed doors. And soon enough, the leader stops serving the people. They only serve themselves. They manage every move. They take control. Loyalty is now demanded. Honesty is dangerous. Questions are threats, punished with no reply at all. And they claim it is just stability. But really, it is just enforced silence, parading as order. And as it parades, fear becomes normal. And democracy does not fall all at once. It falls little by little, day by day, piece by piece, and decision by decision. And we might not even know what decision they're going to make and what next step they're going to take. But also corruption is not only on the hands of the leaders. Corruption happens when no one watches, when they refuse to look, when they started believing that their voice does not matter. Just remember, corruption feeds on silence, growing stronger each second. And the cost of corruption, it is not a fantasy, it is not abstract, it is not a reality show, it's real, it's immediate and severe. You want to know what's the cost? Number one, the hospitals without life-saving medicines. 2, the schools without teachers or basic supplies. 3, the road that crumbles, never repaired. And number 4, the family that were promised help that never came. Imagine that for a second. What if it was your family? What if it was mine? What if you were the head of the family and then your kid comes around? Dad, when is help gonna come? And you just say, I don't know. The corrupt leaders, they are taking the trust of these families that need help. And we must remind them that power is lent by the people, and we are here to take it back when they go wrong. Accountability, it's not anger. It's about memory. It's about remembering what power is supposed to be, who power belongs to. And we can take leaders accountable for the trust. It's about the citizen who ask where public money went. They are guarding their community. It is about the journalists who uncovers the whole truth. They are guarding their honesty. It is about the student who asks why, and why. They are protecting their future. Ladies and gentlemen, corruption cannot survive in the light of truth. They thrive in the darkness of lies and silence. They feed on a public that drifts into apathy. So do not let that happen. Stay awake, stay alert, and demand answers. And also, power becomes corruption when no one is watching. When no one is watching, they become stronger. But when we remind them, and when we care, power surges back to its rightful place, to the people. My name is Audre Lorde. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alright. Wah, L Rives. L Rive atau L aja dipanggil? L. Right. L, the point that speech technique, the numbers that you mentioned, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's hook the audience. That's also the technique of, what's the name again? You mentioned the corruption, how example of the corruption, but then one technique I want to correct that. If you use adverb so much, it lacks of, because the corruptions, it hides something with the adverb. So adverb tends to hide something. And then whispers of powers, I maybe if there's no dead air, this will be great. But then again, great speech. Thank you, Al. Thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you, Elle, for delivering your speech. Right now, we are going to have our 5 minutes short break. So please do enjoy your break. Thank you.
Cara payung. Ada. Waduh.
Iya, jadi keluarnya bukan langsung ini, jadi langsung ke atas yang kata jatuh itu. Nah, cuma nanti jatuh keluar ke sini. Bisa. Iya, yang atas. Oke, jangan cepat terus atas.
Jangan sampai cara payungnya.
Biar bau masih pusat atas.
Menjelang deket-deket gitu. Kalau di Lembang mah udah kayak di famosnya lah, segituan. Ternyata dosen Unpad mah pejuang tol berarti.
Iya. Makanya kalau udah ngeliat ceweknya rada merah, pas lewat atas.
Runyam itu. Ternyata di pertele-tele gini, lewat yang itu jembatannya makin pusing ya. Yang kalau Cileunyi ya.
Oh iya.
Iya. Lumayan kayak permudah.
Iya. Aku pakai dari. Pakai ada kendaraan.
Ini keluar di itu kan yang di Beban Bergesi ya.
Cuma kan kalau pakai damri keluarnya di matok muter lagi. Iya. Ya. Damri di bawah.
Ada yang Transmetro Bandung.
Yang rumah jadi Transmetro Bandung. Yang masih damri itu yang elang Jatinangor itu masih damri. Mobilnya masih damri.
Oh ini di situ sebelah gerbang.
Iya, yang ada tulisan Universitas Padjadjaran.
Tapi ngantrinya memang mantap, banyak tenda-tenda lucu.
Iya, soalnya kan sekarang trayeknya biasa kecil, tapi yang naiknya banyak.
Iya. Di berita kan masuknya itu.
Kecil. Kalau yang diukur jati itu kan kecil. Iya, jadi cuma yang bisa diukur paling sekitar
Iya. Sebenarnya mau balik dari kayak zaman beneran, tapi tempatnya lebih oke.
Iya, jadi nggak mau keringetan lah. Tapi kalau penuh kan tetap aja sih keringetan.
Oh, kulit oke.
Iya.
Apalagi kalau yang diem di cinunuknya gini. Nah, itu bersalah. Tapi nggak tahu lewat tol nggak ya?
Sekarang lewat tol kalau yang di Patiukur.
Alhamdulillah.
Iya.
Keluar pasir berarti.
Keluar di Matoha sama kayak yang Alang. Jauh
Mantap.
Iya.
Kita perlu mengkandang cinunuk.
Kita mulai semenit aja.
Oke, thank you.
Cuman sekarang kalau yang di Patiukur itu dia berhentinya setiap halte. Jadi nggak bisa berhenti sembarangan. Oh iya, di sekarang begitu memang. Tapi kalau yang Elang di Patiukur, Elang Jatinangor sama Tanjung Sari Kelapa itu masih bisa berhenti seenaknya. Iya. Karena orang-orangnya juga ya nggak bisa diatur ya.
Ya, kemudian dia berharap di Padjadjaran mahasiswa.
Iya. Tapi berarti di halte aja. Kalau nggak berhenti di halte nggak boleh.
Karena gara-gara kita emang kebiasaan ngangkot. Jadi
Okay, so our 5 minutes breaks has already come to an end. Therefore, I would like to continue our competition with our next contestant. I would then love to call Shazna Audre Martapura from SMA 3 Kota Sukabumi. So for Shazna, the time and stage is yours. Round of applause, please.
According to the new National Educational Institution, sorry, let me repeat. According to the GPPI, or New National Educational Watch Indonesia, there has been an increase in violence cases over the past 5 years, from 2020 to 2024. The sharpest increase occurred on 2023 and 2024, from 285 cases in 2023 to 572 cases in 2024. That's an increase of more than 100% in just 2 years, with 31% of cases directly linked to bullying. Surprisingly, regionally, the 3 provinces with the highest bullying cases are in East Java with 81 cases, West Java 56 cases, and Central Java 45 cases. Bullying is also a cross-institutional problem. Why? Because it doesn't only happen in public or private schools, but also in religious educational institutions, such as Islamic boarding schools. Hi, I am Shazna Audre Martapura from SMA 3 Kota Sukabumi, and I stand before you to talk about something we oversimplify, underestimate, and ignore: bullying. Bullying is an act of intentionally hurting someone physically, verbally, or even emotionally, and it often happens repeatedly. It takes almost everywhere, and it can be in many forms, such as skinny shaming, fat shaming, or sexual assault, or mocking someone's flaw. And you know what? Bullying is genderless, borderless, and ageless. It can attack anyone and anywhere. The impact: the victim may lose confidence, feel worthless, and carry scars that others cannot see. But, you know, it's not always the bully who's at fault. Many people around, the bystanders, who just watch, stay silent, or maybe even blame the victim as if it's their fault. Instead of giving comfort and support, they just throwing these words to the victim. Maybe it's her fault. Or when a boy gets assaulted, people easily said, he should have fought back. Dear audience, these are not just words. They're daggers that pierce the soul, thrown by society that would rather judge than understand. Each word cuts deeper, leaving invisible wounds that would last longer than any physical scars. Those words, instead of helping, it's only kill the victims slowly, making them believe that they deserve the pain. And if these cruel patterns continue and remains ignored, more victims will suffer. Not only from the harm itself, but from a world that refuses to stand by them. Because it's not always the bully who's at fault, and it's not always the bully's hands that is wrong. We also, the one that is not speaking out. Because what destroys them is not how the bullies, it's how it's everyone else silence that make the bullies feel that they deserve the pain. I'm very sorry. Do you realize between speaking out and staying silent can make a very big difference? Some can survive, but what if these cruel patterns continue? More victims will suffer, or in some cases, even suicide. Just recently, a tragedy happened in my hometown. A girl, a student from a state Islamic junior high school in Cigembar district of Sukabumi, identified by the initial AK, a 14-year-old girl who was found dead after allegedly experiencing emotional distress caused by verbal bullying by a group of girls every day. Dear audience, this is indeed a very tragic incident. Yes, of course, the witnesses were there, but no one stopped it. No one defended her. They chose to stay silent and left her alone. And she might be afraid to tell to her family. Why? Because she might be afraid that her family would blame her to be weak or not fought back. Some of them even spit the word like, "Panehuemae," or "just die, kill yourself." You know? So you see, the school was no longer a safe place for her to talk. Also, in her home. I believe when a victim dies in the end, that means we kill the victims without getting our hands dirty. They died and we watch. Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. So, it's better for us to speak than silence. We are meant to break this cycle. We are meant to speak out. Silence only protects the bully. With the poem, Audre Lorde's poem, A Litany for Survival, where we are never meant to survive. We are supposed to talk. While people live in fear and people are pushed to the edge, made small or even voiceless. Isn't that exactly how bullying works? So, we need to break this cycle. We need to use our voice. So, let me ask you this. If you witness bullying right in front of your eyes, who would you be? The one who stays quiet or the one who stands up and speaks out? I am Sasna of Matapura. Thank you for listening.
Hello, Sasna. Sasna, the writing of yours is really give an example of how local data is really sounding. It's highlighted the Islamic institutions. That's very journalistic. It's very sexy issues at some point. But then, how you reconstruct the arguments about unintentional bullying by just silence, that maybe needs to be more elaboratively. You need to more saying. You need to more given arguments about that, because I don't see people silence because the society told them to. That may be the missing point. But then how you deliver that, that's more important. Thank you, Sasna.
Thank you so much.
Okay, once again, thank you, Shasna. Kansa. Shasna. Sorry. Therefore, I would love to continue our competition, and I would love to call Kansa Irliana Selvia from SMA 12 Bandung. So, Kansa, the time stage is yours.
Honorable judges and distinguished audience, before I start, let me tell you a story about a girl. Her name is Tamara. Tamara lives in a rural area. Her parents may think that marrying her off is a way to protect their family from financial burden and social judgment. Now, I want you to ask something. What if Tamara is your friend? While you can come here to compete in a speech competition, she couldn't, because she's gonna get married off to a man. This is why I, Kansarina Salvia from 12th Senior High School, Bandung, would like to talk about how education can be a safeguard between children and early and forced marriage. Now, this might sound unreal, but every 30 seconds, there are children's childhood that are being taken away. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. Every 30 seconds that we're talking, we're walking, or anything, there are children's childhood that have been taken away. And I remember this quote from a famous poet, Audre Lorde. She said that it is better to speak, remember we're never meant to survive. This quote personally taught me that this is not about giving up. Surviving is resistance, and we need to fight the system that is designed to hold us back. Now, according to Samsunul Zari, Oktariani, and Safitri, they said that there's several factors that contribute to Indonesia's early childhood. That can be poverty, lack of education, and also cultural expectation. And many parents still thinks that early marriage is a way to solve their family problems of financial burden or social judgment. No, that's not the solution. It just takes away children's childhood to be free and to play. Now, I want you to imagine a 16-year-old boy who loves to go to school and he has a big dream to pursue a higher education. But then one day, his parent said that he's gonna get sent off to an early marriage. Now, because of that, he's expected to earn money. He's expected to feed a family. And he's expected to act like he's an adult, even though he's not ready for it. And society sees him as the man of the house. Can you imagine that? That's cruel, right? But however, the consequences for the girls can be worse. A study from Save the Children says that 1 in 5 young women aged 20 to 24 years old are married before the 18th birthday, compared to 1 in 30 young men. Now, I strongly believe that early marriage is not the solution to their family problems or anything. No, this is not the solution. It just takes away children's childhood and their rights to be free and learn, lead, and dream. And the government should take action in this. They should provide a better access to education and also protection for all the children, right? Because you see, when children are forced to be in early marriage, they don't just lose their education. They can lose their pride, their independence, and their chance to dream, and many more. But education, on the other hand, can be a strong barrier between children and early marriage. Now, you might wonder, how can education be a strong barrier for that? Well, let me tell you this. An article from UNESCO says that 87% of adolescent girls who are married are no longer in school. While a study shows from UNFPA and UNICEF says that girls whose moms are educated are 2 times less likely to marry under the age of 18, compared to girls' moms who are uneducated. Fitria, in her study, says that when a person pursues a higher education, they are less likely to marry early. From all of these findings, it proves that education can be a safeguard between children and also early and forced marriage. Because children with education, they don't just survive. They can choose, they can decide, and they can become whatever they want. We can't just leave children who are in oppression. We need to speak the rights for the children all over the world, because it is better to speak, remembering we're never meant to survive. This is our call to action, not to surrender. Because boys and girls have the rights to freedom from adults' expectations. Boys and girls have the rights to learn, lead, dream with empathy, courage, and respect. They deserve that. Because when boys and children, boys, girls, every children all over the world have the rights for that, the world grows stronger together. Thank you.
Clean. Kansa delivered strong performance.
Thank you.
And the shocking from the hook, it's every 30 seconds a childhood is taken away. That's a very good writing, and also citation on your text. That's very good for college. Anyway, the argument is well structured, but then something to add to your improve is how you deliver the speech.
Okay.
It's a body language, maybe. I reckon that in some way it's very dramatic, but then in some case in this text it shows just passing by. Don't need to be too dramatic. That, and also my input is how use of the article, the text language. A study shows that can be uttered with other techniques, as I said in the last of a sentence, or maybe something else. But then how you deliver the speech of this is very remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now I would love to continue. Therefore, I would love to call Jaden Michaela Lins from Dharma Yuda Senior High School. So Jaden, the time and stage is yours. Round of applause, please.
Power is a strange thing. It could build nations or destroy them. It could lift people up or tear them down. But what truly determines the outcome is not how much power a leader holds, it's whether they are held accountable for how they use it. Power without accountability is not leadership, it is corruption waiting to happen. That is why I firmly argue that the greatest threat to any society is not the presence of any power, it's the absence of accountability in those who wield it. Good morning, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jaden Michaela Lins from Dharmayuda Senior High. It is an honor to stand before you today to not just deliver a message, but a wake-up call. Accountability is the foundation of every ethical leadership. It ensures that authority remains tied to responsibility and that every decision made serves the people, not personal ambition. A true leader does not fear accountability, they rely on it. It is what keeps their actions grounded in reason, their ambition tied to principle, and their power in check. But ladies and gents, when a leader begins to see accountability as a limitation instead of a safeguard, corruption begins to take root. Leadership without accountability ceases to be leadership at all. It becomes domination. We need to analyze why power so very frequently undermines accountability. This issue does not originate from greed, it starts with justification. Leaders start convincing themselves that their motives validate their behavior. That altering the rules just this once is essential for advancement. That detractors just don't get it, or that exceptions can be allowed for the overall benefit. Gradually, personal gain will take the place of collective good. And when nobody has the courage to challenge those in authority, they cease to question themselves. This illustrates how moral decline becomes ingrained not from a single significant act of wrongdoing, but from numerous minor justifications that were left unaddressed. Ladies and gents, when accountability disappears, the effects are not limited to that one individual leader. It spreads like contagion. People lose faith in institutions, employees lose trust in those above them, and citizens lose belief in fairness. Ladies and gents, when trust disappears, cynicism takes its place. People start accepting corruption as a natural part of leadership, as if dishonesty and authority are inseparable. That right there is the most dangerous outcome, the normalization of corruption. Because when a society stops expecting integrity, even the most honest leaders struggle to survive. Now, some people argue that accountability slows down progress, that constant scrutiny makes leadership difficult. But here's the thing, ladies and gents. Leadership is not about speed, it's about stewardship. A quick decision made without ethics can do far more damage than a careful, curated decision made with integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, accountability does not paralyze leadership, it purifies it. Take a look around at the greatest leaders in history. They were not admired because they were perfect, they were admired because they were answerable. They admitted mistakes, they faced criticism, and they led with transparency. Their power came not from being untouchable, but from being responsible. Nonetheless, accountability is not solely the responsibility of the leader. It is also the responsibility of the people, us. A community that declines to challenge its authorities fosters the corruption it dreads. When we confuse loyalty with silence and respect with obedience, we get involved in wrongdoing. Ladies and gents, you need to remember that accountability is not an act of defiance, it's an act of compassion. It is how students, citizens, and supporters remind those in authority that leadership doesn't equate to ownership. It's about serving. Ultimately, authority will always challenge honesty. It will lure, it will obscure, and it will degrade, unless it is moderated by responsibility. Ladies and gents, leadership devoid of accountability is merely self-serving behavior cloaked in power. However, leadership combined with accountability, that's where true greatness starts.
What characterizes a genuine leader is not the extent of their power, it's how responsibly they respond to the power given to them. So, ladies and gents, let us speak now to create a future in which power is never dreaded as accountability is never overlooked. Because power may dominate temporarily, but accountability, that will last eternally. Thank you.
Okay, Jaden, it's high energy speech. And also, I reckon there is so many terms that uses. Domination, and then moral erosion, justification. All right, here's my point. The speech is very great, articulation is very, very good. But then, if we really spam the terms without using any example, a concrete example, that will be disengaging to the audience. Let me give you an example that, just like this, every time we write a paragraph to report a corruption, we delete it because the fear will cause the trouble for our family. That is man of power, dominations. It's not just like that. That will be more engaging to the audience. But then, great speech, Jaden, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you, Jaden. Therefore, we're going to continue our competition, and I would love to call our next contestant. So, I would love to call Ciara Diandra Angelita from SMA Trimulya. So, Ciara, the stage and time is all yours. Round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone, honorable judges, and dear friends. Before I begin my speech, let me ask you a question. Have you ever said something you didn't think much about, but then it stays in someone's heart far longer than you imagined? Yeah? Well, I did too. And that made me realize how powerful our words can be. Now, let's try something. I want you all to stay completely silent for 3 seconds. Easy? All right. Ready? Go. Did you hear that? That heavy stillness that makes the air feel thicker? Imagine living in that silence every single day. Not because you want to, but you're too afraid to speak. Good afternoon. My name is Ciara Diandra Angelita from SMAC Trimulya. And today, I want to talk about that silence. The silence of being bullied. Although, as for myself, I have never experienced being bullied. But today, I want to tell a story about a girl named Phoebe Prince. She was 15 years old from Lawrence, Massachusetts, USA. New to her school, bright and full of hope. But one day, she was bullied because she was new, dated an older student, and because certain groups want to assert power over her. And that harassment follows her everywhere, in classrooms, hallways, and even online. Instead of support, she was blamed for things beyond her control. And finally, in January 2010, unable to bear the cruelty and isolation, Phoebe took her own life. She used to laugh with her whole heart, but little by little, that laughter faded until all that was left was silence. And when she tried to speak up, her voice trembling people said, just ignore them. Or, Phoebe, don't take it seriously. But that's how victim blaming began. Not with anger, but with excuses. Audre Lorde once said, so it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. Her words remind us that silence has never saved anyone. It only hides the pain of the victim and protects the comfort of the bully. We talk about kindness, but too often we protect peace instead of truth, right? We say, all right, guys, wrap it up. Let's not make a big deal. While someone is quietly breaking inside here. And that silence becomes a shield for the bully, not the victim. The victim begins to believe the lies. They think, oh, no, it is my fault. They stop speaking. They stop smiling. Until one day, they start to disappear. And when they finally do, we call it a tragedy. But it's not a tragedy. It's the consequences of our silence. So, what are we supposed to do? We speak, even when our voice shakes, even when we're too afraid, even when it feels like no one is listening. We speak because silence protects the bullies. But words save lives. To the victims, we say, you are not weak. You are not to blame. Your voice matters. To the bystanders, we say, be brave enough to say stop, because one voice can silence 100 cruel ones. And to the bullies, we say, power isn't found in fear. It is found in change. So it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive, because survival isn't about staying quiet. It's about being heard. It's about standing up even the world tells you to sit down. So today, let us all be brave enough to speak for the bullied, for the broken, and for the ones who almost gave up. Because silence protects the bullies, but speaking saves the victim. Thank you so much.
Okay. Silence never saves anyone. Good quote. That's your writing? Yep, that never saves anyone. That's great, emotional. There's also added some tragic case study with Fabe. But then my input is, if people speak, what is the consequences? So it may, kind of have a panic situation that with the victims, and many of the consequences of speaking up. The solution of being silenced is various, not just speaking up. But then the delivery, the text is remarkable. Thank you,
Thank
Chiara.
you so much.
Okay. Thank you once again for delivering your speech. Now we're going to move on to our last contestant for the day. Therefore, I would love to call Wafa Madani Afandi from Mandua Kota Bogor. So
Wafa, the stage is yours.
The honorable judges, respected committee members, and my dear fellow participants, good afternoon to all of you. And I'm really grateful for the opportunity to joining the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition 2025. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wafa Madani Afandi, and I'm from Mandua, Kota Bogor. Today, I'm honored to share my thought on a theme that speaks deeply into our heart, and something that many students see but few dare to speak about victim blaming in school bullying. Let me start with a question. Have you ever wanted to say something but stayed quiet because you were afraid that people might judge, love, or simply not care? I believe this is a feeling we can all relate to. So, we all know that we live in a world where it sometimes feels safer to stay silent. Silent when we see something wrong, when we feel disagree, or when we want to be ourselves but fear of being different. But here's the key message. Silence doesn't protect us. It only hides us from the truth and change. When we keep quiet about things that hurt, we don't solve them, we just bury them deeper. The quotes that say, "So it is better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive." It means that even when the world tries to silence us, even when people say, "You cannot do it," or "You do not belong," we should still speak. Our voices are our power. And one of the hardest moments to speak is when bullying happens. Not only because people are scared of bullies, but also because too often the victims are blamed instead of protected. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a simple example. There was a student who tried to fit in at his new environment, always smiling and making an effort to be friendly. But one day, someone made a joke about how they look. The whole class laughed. After that, the jokes never stopped. Every day, there's a new rumor, a new nickname, and another reason to laugh at them. Some classmates record it, post it online without any permission. And even after the victims feel uncomfortable, people are saying something like, "It's just for fun. Can you stop caring too much?" It made the students stop talking. They withdrew from the others, and eventually, they stopped coming to school. When the teacher asked what happened, people said they were too sensitive, and the others said, if they didn't awkward, nobody would tease them. And that's how actually victim blaming works. People see someone get hurt, and instead of stopping the pain, they try to justify why it happened. It tells victim that their suffering is their fault. Meanwhile, bullies just walk through with silent smiles and continuing what they're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, the worst part of this mindset is it doesn't just silence the victim, it teaches everyone else that speaking up will only make things worse. So that's why so many students keep quiet. Not because they don't care, but because they've seen what happened to those who speak. But we can change that. We can speak up for ourselves and advocate for those who've been silenced. Because when we speak against bullying, we're not just defending one person. We're defending the idea that kindness should be louder than the cruelty. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking up doesn't always mean shouting or fighting. Sometimes, it's as simple as saying, "Hey, that's not okay." Sometimes, it's sitting next to someone or checking up on a friend who's been quiet lately. Sometimes, it's just listen. Really listen to someone's story. Even small act of courage matters. A single voice might not change the world overnight, but it could change someone's hurt, someone's day, even someone's life. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe you guys are the one who's too shy to raise your hand in class. Perhaps you've witnessed someone's being bullied and remain quiet because you simply didn't want to get involved. Or maybe you are the one who's been hurt this entire time and you wish that someone had spoken up for you. But remember this, every voice matters. Every silence has a cost. If we keep waiting for others to speak, we might wait forever. And sometimes we are the one who have to take the first step. Ladies and gentlemen, our generation is not just the future. We are the present. And the world needs young voices like ours. Voices that care, dare to question, and voices that refuse to stay silent. So don't wait until the world feels safe to speak. Speak because it is not safe. Speak because your truth deserves to be heard. And someone out there might find courage through your words. In the end, we were never meant to just survive. We were meant to live, to fight, and to speak. Thank you for listening. I'm Wafa Madani Afandi, and I'd like to take my leave.
Wafa, that's a standout performance. Cheer.
Thank you so much.
Cheer. Shooting performance, calming. And then strategic power of the conclusion is very good. Because speak tends to be a problem, right? Yeah, but then I found the terms for that. It's peer-to-peer speaking. It's friend-to-friend speaking. That's what you show on your text and also your speech. That people will always make mistake and justify it. And then how we as friends to protect each other. But then again, some of on the part of the speech is redundant. It's calling back again. You need to prove you need to improve on that. Thank you, Wafa.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Okay, so since Wafa is our final contestant for today, we're going to have a coffee break for around 30 to 45 minutes. Further information will be given. You guys are free to go as you like, but I would really recommend you guys to come back to this place before 4 p.m. That's it. Thank you for your time and thank you for participating in the competition. I wish you all good luck. So I would like to close the competition for today. Thank you. Good luck, everyone. Dari kalau misalnya kompetisi
Kuantitatif?
Enggak, itu apakah gak apa atau mau ada diskusi lebih lanjut?
Enggak, ya.
Kan 3 ruangan juga kan ya?
Iya, mending itu aja. Itu
sesuai dengan kuantitatif.
komennya panjang nih, yang ini banyak. Jadi silakan pakai itu argumentatif. Paling tadi yang paling kartu kuning sih lupa. Karena tadi tekstual. Harus selamatin speech ngomong. Ibu besok pagi juga enggak?
Enggak dong.
Ya lagu lagi ini kita ngorek kembali. Baik. Ya. Itu nanti kalau ada pas lagi pakai air dulu ya. Kayaknya gara-gara nggak ada air, nggak ada air. Oh. Ya kayak pas namanya gitu, tapi yang benderanya kecil sendiri gitu. Pada bagusnya bisa bikin artikel.
I've seen the student that maybe people underestimate. They or he cannot win any competitions, but after a years with us, with nurturing day by day, he can win competition, and I'm very glad for that. Not only that, I see some of my students get scholarship, fully funded, and a lot of things that maybe they never dream of, but they can achieve it. So yeah, we're currently on the global competition. We prepare to compete with the people around the world, and we don't have to begin to start, but we have to start.
Hah? Viral!
Hah? Viral? Yakin viral?
Udah cross check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting.
Dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live di Metro TV.
Life is a series of moves. Success is about making the right decisions. From the early choices to the difficult ones. And some may require sacrifice. But the choice is always yours. So choose to get ahead. Choose to win. Own your future.
I've seen the student that maybe people underestimate. They or he cannot win any competitions, but after a years with us, with nurturing day by day, he can win competition, and I'm very glad for that. Not only that, I see some of my students get scholarship, fully funded, and a lot of things that maybe they never dream of, but they can achieve it. So yeah, we're currently on the global competition. We prepare to compete with the people around the world, and we don't have to begin to start, but we have to start.
Hah? Viral!
Hah? Viral? Yakin viral?
Udah cross check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting.
Dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live di Metro TV.
Life is a series of moves. Success is about making the right decisions. From the early choices to the difficult ones. And some may require sacrifice. But the choice is always yours. So choose to get ahead. Choose to win. Own your future.
Satu lagi belum? Dah. Cek.
Hello.
Hehehe.
Ya udah maju. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so for the session, I am accompanied by my emotional support partner, Shifra. Yay! Okay, so what are we gonna do now, Shifra?
So as we wait for the actual main agenda of like
announcing the
finalists, we would like to have like a little chit chat with all of you guys.
Yeah.
If it's like an Indonesian term, it's maybe SKSD.
Yeah.
Dikit gitu. So like,
SKSD.
I think we're just gonna jump into
Yeah,
like
we're just
everyone's
yeah.
conversations.
Yeah.
If that's fine with you all. So yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So which
I have a
person, which
target. I have a
people are
target.
we
I have a
gonna
target.
pick?
Let's go. Yeah, right. It's actually this one. Halo. Dimas panas-panasin kalian ya. Dikompor-komporin. Oke, nggak apa-apa. Maybe start with your name, your institution, and which competition did you participate in?
Hello, my name is Aska. You can call me Aska. I'm from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and I participate in speech. Wow, give applause for Asha. Okay. Let's go, guys.
Hi everyone, my name is Kalicha. I participated in uni speech and I came from Universitas Padjadjaran.
Woo!
Hi. I'm Hafiz and I'm from Universitas Padjadjaran. Speech. Yeah.
Nice.
I'm gonna pass the microphone to the next person.
Hello everyone, I am Aufa. I came from UGM and I participate in speech.
Hello everyone, my name is Laras. I come from UPN Veteran Jawa Timur and I participate in varsity speech.
Wow, that's so cool. Okay, so
I actually forgot to ask for majors.
yeah. We don't know your majors. What's your major?
I'm kind of nosy, so yeah.
Take a guess. Saintek sosum. Okay.
You remind me of like anak-anak. I'm sorry, like students from maybe FSRD. No, really? Oh, okay. That's a compliment though.
Yeah, it is a compliment.
Apa ya? You should guess.
FEB? Psychology?
Oh my God.
That's crazy. Okay.
That's like my
guys.
first loss actually, so yeah.
Wow.
I admire that major. Okay, how about you?
Yeah, spill your majors.
It is communication science.
Ilmu komunikasi.
Guess.
What? Guess?
Yes.
I actually can't.
TVF? Televisi dan film?
That is so far.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, maybe I'm just biased.
But maybe I'm gonna take it as a compliment, but no.
Okay.
Do you think our favorite
Yeah. Are you from like a business major?
Close. You're getting there.
Accounting?
Close.
Management?
Close.
Ekonomi Islam?
Yes.
Yeah. Ekonomi Islam.
Yeah, I'm from Islamic economics. Anyways, pass the mic to the next person again.
Yeah. I'm the clue
It's
is
wild.
literature.
Apa?
Literature.
Literature?
Wait. Literature.
You need help? Literature?
Yeah. Guess which one?
Wait, this is a wild one, right?
Like, is it like what?
Russian?
Russian?
No. Germany?
No.
Like, wait, Korean?
Of course not.
Wait. Japanese?
No.
Apa salah? Pak Ari just said you look Japanese.
Wait,
Japanese. Sorry. I really can't guess. Oh my God, sorry. What? Is it like bahasa daerah in some way? No?
No. It's international.
It's a what? It's
International language.
Oh.
No.
Okay, we can't guess.
Arabic.
Oh,
Arabic.
Arabic. The last one.
Wait.
Can you say something in Arabic?
Assalamualaikum.
Enggak, selain itu, yang lain. Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah.
What? What should I say? Ana Aufa Zafa Syabani, ana min Jamiah Gajah Mada. Cool. Yeah. Syukron.
Next one.
Do you guys still want to guess?
Do we want to guess? Sosum Saintek. That's the question.
Yeah.
Oh. She studies like business. Do you do business? No.
No.
Management? No. Is it business related?
It's not,
Is it
unfortunately.
Literature?
No.
Is it politics?
Close one.
You're mechanical engineering. Sosum, Pak.
Criminal forensic.
Oh, civil engineering.
No, civil engineering is
Well, civil something.
no. Civil literature. Physip.
Yes.
Anthropology.
No.
Sociology.
No. I mean, it varies in
terus.
different universities.
Hubungan internasional.
Very close.
What?
Oh.
Ilmu politik.
No. Like,
Itu HI. Not as close. You wanna guess?
UPN, UPN Jawa Timur. Waduh, udah international business.
no, it's not business related.
It's related to your uncle?
I wish.
Do we wanna give up?
It's a really general one.
It's a what?
It's a really general one.
It's general?
It's general.
No clue.
I don't know.
No clue actually.
So
We give up.
FISIP varies in different universities.
Uh-huh.
So mine, ilmu komunikasi masuk in FISIP.
Ilmu komunikasi. Oke. Iya sih.
The high school student.
We're gonna move to high school students. Yeah. We're not gonna ask for like, I don't know, their feelings after the competition.
His feelings, if he has.
Wait, that's wild. If you can like describe like your experience throughout like the whole competition with like
Five
one word, 5 words,
Five
One word?
words,
5
yeah.
words,
5
Okay,
words.
Let's try 5 words.
Yeah. Your feelings in 5
Damn. And I don't know. I don't know how to describe with 5 words, but I feel, wow, damn, okay, great.
Okay. I mean, those are 5 words.
I'm confused.
I am super duper happy.
Okay. We just
And
gave
like-
you the answer.
What was the question again?
Oh my God. Describe your feelings in 5 words, if you have any.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is very good.
Oh! Nice, 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 nice.
Pass the mic to the next person.
Oh wow, what an experience.
Wow, that's so good. Okay, ilmu komunikasi.
No pressure. We now have expectations.
Yeah.
Learning, trying, experiencing, nerve-wracking, but lovely.
Wow, good, 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 good. Okay, thank you so much for sharing, friends.
Okay.
Okay. Baiklah, baiklah.
Maybe let's try to like the high
Ooh.
school.
Okay, we're gonna move to high school. Bye, bye.
Oh, yay.
Bye, bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh.
Where are the high school competitors? Can any high school like competitors
Yeah, can you guys raise your hand? Oh, you two.
Like,
Okay.
Okay, yay! Oh my God, adik-adik.
It's nice that someone actually want to participate in the chit chat. So,
Hello.
hello. Can you guys
We are here to
can you introduce yourself starting from your name, which high school, yeah, institution, and also what competition did you participate in?
Yeah.
My name is Elraif Bilwijaya, and I'm from Mandua Kota Bogor, and I'm here to participate the high school speech competition.
Wow. Next person. What?
Hi, my name is Wafa, and I'm from Mandua Kota Bogor. Currently joining the speech competition.
Hi everyone. My name is Afna Malika and I am from Margahayu, Semansas Margahayu, and I'm in speech.
Margahayu is in Bandung. Yeah, Sabi Lulungan. The Sabi Lulungan gang.
This is my turn now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi guys, my name is Faras Rozanataya. Just Faras for short, I guess.
Hello,
I came
Faras.
from
Deket banget.
SMA
Tolong agak dijauhin
38
sedikit.
Jakarta, and I participate in high school, speech high school. Yeah. Next person. Oh.
Okay, what do you want to ask now? Shall we ask for like how was the competition? What
Yes.
do you think of like this year's Padjadjaran English Competition, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could like again describe it.
Yeah.
Is it like nerve-wracking? Is it like exciting in some way?
Tapi harus 10 menit ya. Jelasin. Enggak. Yeah, you have to do another speech. Exactly.
Okay, so the speech competition, it was really exciting to see all the participants. They are really competitive, and they perform outstandingly good. And they actually not sometimes, like at the stage, I had a blunder, and I forgot what part was I gonna say.
Oh yeah, I mean
And then-
it's pretty normal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like I look antagonistic. No, because like when they clapped because of like appreciation, and when they stopped, I remember. It's like I'm saying, clap for me first, and then I'll continue.
Oh, it's like yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, then.
yeah, it's like that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, next person.
I think as my first competition, actually.
Your first competition?
It is.
Wow, welcome. Wait, what grade are you in?
I'm a freshman year.
Oh, so like 10th grade?
Like 10th grade.
You're 10th grade?
I am actually.
Oh iya, 2012 berarti.
No, I'm
2013? 2000
10 line. I'm a 10 line.
2010-an. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Sorry guys, bad at math.
Okay, for my first experience, this is actually fun, and I would really like to do it again next year.
Yay! We already have another participants for the 11th Padjadjaran English Competition, guys.
Of course.
Yeah, 6, 7.
6, 7? No. Okay. My experience here has been fun since this is my second year being here.
Oh, it's your second year! Yay!
It's been super fun and I met a lot of cool people and I hope I can come back here again next year.
Yay! Okay. You're also a cool person.
Okay, so for me, this is actually my second ever speech competition in my life. And I think it's quite fun and exciting to compete in this competition here. And I also gained a lot of friends, I think.
Oh, yay. Yeah, friends is like a plus point. Yeah.
You guys you guys are not from the same school, right?
Yeah, we're not.
No. Oh, you guys are friends now. Yay! Oh my god.
Can we have the rage baiting image, please?
Yeah, can we have the rage baiting
The
image,
rage
please,
baiting
guys?
image.
Please,
Anyway,
please,
this is Mike.
Buat apa tapi, by the way? Are you gonna rage bait someone?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I think
that's it.
I actually have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
As someone who has never actually tried like competitions and stuff, how do you guys prepare? Especially like
oh my god, yeah, the preparation stage.
yeah, I think it's pretty nerve-wracking to be on a stage.
Yeah.
And for you guys, like you guys are in high school and you guys have the guts to do it. Like how do you prepare?
I pray.
You only prayed. I mean,
yeah, that's one of the factors.
I smell
I'm like-
Indomitory miso.
Yeah, like,
Iya kan? Indomitory miso.
and like, what I prepare is first I search for the materials, and one of the reasons why I choose corruption is because it's so easy to find material.
Oh, is it like you're the one like yang speech-nya tuh tentang power itu
Yeah,
kan?
it's
Yeah.
about power. And for memorization, I write all over again like the speech or type it out without looking. So you'll know like which part you messed up the most. Yeah, like that.
That's a good strategy, guys.
S3 marketing.
S3 marketing. Apa emang itu? Beli kipas. Ya betul guys, jangan lupa untuk beli merchandise. Jangan lupa beli merch. Merch PEC lucu-lucu. Apa itu?
Oh my god. Next person, yes.
Yeah, as the first time.
Ever what? Speech competition?
Yeah, actually my first speech competition.
Oh, okay.
I prepare like the key is enjoying the process.
Wow. Yeah, this is very wise coming from a high schooler. Yeah, we're
Something wise, but
not that
actually
wise. Okay.
Okay, so how I prepare?
Yes.
For a speech, I think I just choose a make sure that I choose a topic that I can resonate with. Therefore, I know
Okay.
what to talk about. And usually I choose whatever topic is the hardest.
Oh,
Yeah.
actually the
That
hardest.
can be unique.
So you like challenge?
Yes,
Oh
I
my
like
god, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, there's no other preparation. Just write whatever flows to your head.
Oh.
Can I ask what was the like sub theme you chose?
I chose corruption of power.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh.
Well,
Does it reflect? Yeah. Yes.
Like the way I prepare for my competition?
Yes.
Well, honestly, I think I just keep practicing, and you know, as as the second time I compete in a speech competition, I think I prepared for like 2 or 3 weeks. Like no, 2 or 3 days actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty
For
short.
this competition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I think that's it. I feel like after that I just keep practicing until I understand what I am trying to say, and to get people understand what am I trying to say. That's it, I guess.
Oh, okay. Like, so like 2 or 3 days for like a writing process?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I see.
I
Yeah.
think that's it.
Okay. Ooh, that's a risky question. You try.
Is it a risky question? Do you guys want to answer? Kayak, how positive are you guys to like be in finals? You don't want to what?
You don't want to jinx it.
Oh, that's actually a good reason. But like yang mau aja gitu ya. Ya boleh. Seberapa positif kalau kalian akan masuk final begitu.
That's really, I know, it's controversial. It's risky. Exactly. Oh my god.
Oke, baiklah.
But you can manifest it. Yeah. No, you don't jinx. Okay, then. Oh, okay. Oh no, manifesting is like such our generation's thing, though. So yeah. Okay. Apa? You're holding the mic. Okay.
We won't ask that question again, guys.
Thank
you
you,
for
friends.
Okay, shall we move on to the next friend group? Yang mana?
Someone tried to show their phone,
Someone's
but
trying
I
to show
think that's
their
our next
phone.
target.
Mana?
Hello.
Hello. I actually don't know which one Shifra is.
What did you try to show to the screen?
What is
Love that, actually. Can someone show this one? Can someone show this one? Zaidan. This one. Ya, nggak kelihatan. Kurang zoom.
landscape?
Nggak bisa. Okay.
Nggak bisa.
This is, you guys are participants, right? Yes. Okay. So like the three of y'all. Oh wait. Oh, there's a bunch of y'all.
Ooh,
Four
people
from the same institution.
Speaking of four. Oh.
Same school.
Oh.
How about teacher? Oh my
You're the
God, I'm
teacher.
really sorry. You look like you would also be a participant. Yeah. Oh, New Jeans. Oh, my God, guys. Jauh-jauh dari Korea, guys. New Jeans. Annyeonghaseyo.
It's good.
Wow. Okay. Can you guys introduce yourself by stating your yeah, ibunya juga ikut. Yeah.
We would also like to ask questions to the teachers or the mentors.
Yay.
Okay.
Name, institution, and also the competition you participated in.
Okay.
Ya, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, my name is Tira. I am from SMA Negeri 12 Bandung. I'm here with my lovely students, 4 girls.
New Jeans.
They participated in speech and storytelling competitions.
Oh, okay. So 2 competitions. Yeah. Okay. To the students, name and competition berarti.
Oh, so hello, my name is Kansarena Salvia, and my competition is speech competition.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Aiswarya Desianti. Biasanya sih kalau dipanggil Neng. And
Oh,
then I'm
iya,
from
iya.
SMA
Iya,
12
iya, iya,
Bandung. Today, aku ikut speech.
Speech, oke. Ini boleh?
Hello everyone.
Halo.
Yeah, my name is Smita.
Hmm.
So my competition is storytelling.
Ya.
Hello everyone, my name is Ajeng. Usually people call me Aje for short, and I joined the storytelling competition. Yay!
Oh my God, sorry. So two storytelling and two speech. Okay. There's like a sub theme to speech, right? What are you guys' like sub themes? The sub theme of the speech.
For me, my subthemes are corruption.
Ooh.
Yes, because actually I have a lot of interest dalam dunia hukum perhukuman.
Oh, I see.
Because I want to be a judge in the future. Kayak gitu.
Applause.
Amin.
Amin. Your sub theme.
So for my sub theme, I choose how education can be a safeguard between children and forced marriage, because I feel like that's a problem that is very common now.
Yeah, it
and all
is
over
still.
the world. That's why I'm interested in that subtopic.
Ah, okay. And storytelling? No, like what kind of stories did you guys choose?
I choose Thank You Ma'am by Langston Hughes because I just felt like it could inspire all of us to choose kindness and empathy towards each others, and that's why I choose Thank You Ma'am.
Yay!
Okay, so I choose the story of an hour by Kay Chopin, written back in 1894, because I think the story is very powerful. That's why I really love that story.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you.
Oh, any of you actually interested in being like literature students? Like English literature maybe? Oh, they don't?
No.
Wait. Do you guys have like future like dreams or goals nanti like after high school actually? Maybe related to you guys' topics today or something kayak yours gitu. Kan tadi hukum, kalau yang lainnya kayak gimana juga?
For me, I'm interested in that topic, like subtopic, but my like future career or like my dream in the future is not for like an activist or feminist. No, my dream in the future is to be a biomedical engineer. But at the same time, I have like an interest and like some like kind of dream to actually be a public speaker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. To the storytellers.
Actually, I really want to be a doctor so bad.
Oh.
Yeah, but my friends always told me like my communication skill is good, so they recommend me to join the ilmu
Competition.
komunikasi yang kayak gitu-gitu deh.
Nggak mau. Okay.
I really wanted to be a lawyer. But if I cannot be a lawyer, then I would be a teacher probably because my mom is a teacher and I get a lot of inspiration from her. So I would be a teacher if I'm not be a lawyer.
Okay. Kalau ibu sendiri menemani mereka prosesnya gimana, Bu?
So fun, right?
It was fun.
It was fun. Okay. Is it?
It was a mess.
Oh, it was a mess.
But also fun because they were really kind and also full of energy. Sometimes, yeah.
Oh, sometimes it could be
But sometimes
overwhelming. Yeah.
it drained my soul sometimes.
Oh,
But
okay.
ya udah lah ya.
Okay.
Yep.
I think I like the dynamic between
Yeah, I like the dynamic
everyone
between like
here.
everyone here. It's
Yeah.
so
So loving and so
fun.
wholesome.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank you so
guys.
much for sharing.
Okay.
Shall we get to another?
Yeah, I think
announcement? Shall we go
upstairs.
upstairs?
There
Can we
actually
go
people upstairs.
Does
Oh my-
anyone want to be like interviewed?
It's at Charlie Kirk. Oh
Ya
my
udah, ayo ke
god.
atas yuk. Apa sih?
We have been kirked.
We have been cursed. Okay, guys, let's go upstairs.
Are there actually participants upstairs?
I think there are participants upstairs, but like I don't know if the microphone is gonna.
Oh, it's still on. Meow 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 meow.
Hello, and hello, upstairs participants.
Wait.
Hello. Ini mic-nya masih sampai kan? Masih ya?
Masih.
Oke. Nice. Halo.
Yes.
Oke. Kayaknya yang di bawah nggak kelihatan sih. Ya
Dari
udah,
sini
tapi-
kelihatan nggak? Nggak kelihatan sih.
Iya. Nggak
Wait, you
apa-apa
guys are
ya.
participants?
Are you guys participants?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh my god, by the way, you guys are so pretty.
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
like, yeah, love the makeup.
Yeah.
So you guys are from, state your names, institution, and competition you participated in. The four of you.
Everyone. Hello, we're up here.
My name is Nabila Sakia and I'm from Cirebon and I'm a participant of speech competition.
Wow. Cirebon, guys.
Yeah, my name is Putri Mariana Bilkis and I'm competition storytelling and I'm for Cirebon too.
Whoa, we have two Cirebon.
We all one group.
Oh, so like from the same school?
Yes, we're from the same school.
Di mana tuh? Berapa
Bina
Cirebon?
Insan Mulia.
Bina Insan Mulia. Okay.
Okay, I'm Acara and I'm storytelling competition.
Ooh, the only storytelling competition from Cirebon. Storyteller. Okay. Next question.
What stories did you guys choose?
Yeah, well,
actually,
like
and
for
like,
speech, what
why did you
something-
guys choose the story?
I and Aurel choosing Thank You Ma'am by Langston Hughes.
Oh, okay.
Education.
Oh, why did you choose the education sub-theme? Kenapa? Kenapa memilih sub-theme education? Boleh kok pakai bahasa Indo juga? Iya, aman. Pakai mikrofonnya dong, ini yang dewa tidak kedengeran. Nggak apa-apa. Tidak, kayaknya nggak kelihatan juga sih. Kita ini kayak suaranya doang.
Ya, ini beneran suaranya doang.
Kenapa aku milih why I choose the education as a safeguard marriage? Karena di sini juga sebagai tempat aku buat speak up gitu.
Oh, that's actually good. Wait, what grade are you in? Kelas berapa?
We're all 11th grade.
11th grade. Wow.
Insightful for 11th grades. Yeah.
11th grades to want to speak up. That's good.
Okay.
That's
I
it.
think.
Udah ya?
Yeah.
Apa? Oke, baiklah. Terima kasih
Terima
semuanya.
kasih.
Good luck untuk Cirebon.
Guys, for konteks kita masuk vlognya teman kita,
Iya,
guys.
gitu. Iya, betul. Kita masuk. Ya.
Yeay.
Halo.
Ayo kita ke
Kita ke
ding,
sini
ding,
ya.
ding,
Siapa
ding,
nih? Siapa
ding,
nih? Siapa nih?
ding,
Siapa
ding,
nih?
ding, 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 ding,
Kiu, kiu,
ding,
kiu.
ding, ding.
Enggak.
Dia kayak udah menghindar dari kita gitu.
Ya lagi.
Kasihan ya.
Coba please stand up biar orang-orang bisa
Biar kelihatan.
Iya, biar tahu nih siapa nih. Yo.
Oh. Meluk tembok, guys. For konteks kita ketawa karena dia meluk tembok, guys.
Iya.
Yo.
Cosplay cicak.
Cosplay, iya. Nggak ada sana.
Coba sorot ke sini atas.
Zaidan.
Oh, kamera. Nah, itu dia.
Muluk tembok.
Oke, yaudah shoot the question.
Name, institution, and
Kak.
nggak semuanya gitu, kasihan kayak orang sensus. Sensus.
Yaudah, serius.
Name, major, and competition participated in.
Hello, I'm Saka. I'm from Universitas Padjadjaran, and I'm from
Padjadjaran.
major, and my major is Sastra Inggris.
Sastra Inggris. What speech, right?
Yeah.
Your sub-theme. What did you choose as your sub-theme?
Decriminalization of online criticism in Indonesia.
Ooh, we actually haven't heard that from from other participants that we've asked, that we interviewed. So, what made you choose that sub-theme?
I think it's kind of relevant for me, so that's why I choose it. That's it.
Okay, simple to the point.
Pemerintah secara online gitu.
Nanti ketahuan. Kasihan. Nanti HP diretas. Iya, jangan sampai. Okay, thank you. Iya, kamu mau tanya apa lagi?
Gak mau membahas apa namanya? Preparation gitu, apa yang dipersiapkan.
Enggak, dia mah udah enggak katanya.
Sibuk ya kan.
PP. Ya ampun, diinget PP. Ya. Gak mau
Kita
katanya.
tidak boleh memaksa ya. Oke,
Betul.
baiklah, terima kasih second floor people.
Semangat EPP. Let's go. Let's go to the first floor again. ASMR, guys. I don't know if you guys can hear the clacking, but it's good ASMR. What?
4 already. It's 4 p.m.
I can't believe it's 4.
Yeah, we had so much fun. Ada lagi nggak yang mau kamu tunjuk? Ada lagi nggak yang mau ditunjuk?
Anyone else?
Siapa ya? Oh, yeah, sure.
What if we play your favorite songs
And then
we sing? But someone said aloud yes, actually.
Yeah, okay.
So I think that's like a confirmation. Okay. We
Okay.
will, yang bilang yes tadi maju ya.
Yang bilang yes
Yang
maju ke
bilang yes
depan
maju ya.
ya. Yeah.
Yeah.
New jeans,
Okay,
new jeans.
new jeans. Should we go?
Shall we go there? Okay then.
Oke. Apanya? Gimana ya? Let's start with itu betul. Let's start with a request.
Yeah,
You.
what's your request?
What's your request?
What song do you want to play? Do you want us to play? I mean, do you want to sing? What song?
What song? Bebas. Serius bebas. Enggak apa-apa.
Ngapain repot?
Tahu nggak? Lagunya siapa ya itu? Lagu siapa?
Lagu Timur.
Oh.
Aman saja bo, ngapain mau repot, yang kayak gitu tahu.
Oh, oke, siap. Boleh. Ke depan mau nggak? Bareng teman-temannya juga nggak apa-apa bawa. Berarti sendiri. Tuh, ada temennya. Oh, Pandu. Kita
Wallahi aja. No.
beneran gak nih?
Jadi mau atau tidak?
Ya.
Ya sudah.
Anyone else with a song request?
Yeah, anyone else with a song request? Maybe like, Tenshi?
Tensi. Poris.
Boris.
Atas atap. Nggak boleh, nggak boleh, nggak boleh. Let's see.
Let's see. Apakah ada yang ingin request?
Langsung aja gitu ya guys, karena udah sore gitu. Ada Adib, berarti Adib dulu di belakang ya. Berarti ini bukan kayak
Okay, guys. So right now, because we already have
Our
the
chit chat
list.
session, right?
Yeah,
Today?
our chit chat session.
We
is
would like to thank you all for participating.
Yeah, thank you so much for being so enthusiastic,
Yay.
guys. Okay, so we're gonna move to the next session, which is the finalists announcement. Yeah. Okay, before we announce the finalists, let's take a moment to give yourself a well-deserved round of applause. Okay, so every one of you has worked incredibly hard, and regardless of who will move forward to tomorrow's finals, you should be proud of what you have accomplished today. Remember, the journey, the process, and the people you've met along the way matters just as much as the result. Now, we would like to also express our appreciation to our sponsors, Wall Street English and the Print, as well as our official media partners, Metro TV, Radio PRFM Bandung, and Radio Untar, for their invaluable support. Also, important announcement, tomorrow, we will be hosting the Gemasi Career Workshop right here in the Pusat Studi Bahasa Jepang Hall and in the podcast room at Building B at around 10:30 a.m. Gemasi Career Workshop is a program designed to give you deeper insight into the Unpad English Studies program and to help you navigate your academic and professional journey. The workshop is open to all contestants interested in learning more about the English Studies program at Universitas Padjadjaran. Our distinguished alumni will be sharing their professional journeys and offering valuable guidance on navigating future careers for English graduates. We highly encourage you to attend. Okay, so the moment you have all been waiting for. Are you ready? Okay, drum roll please, or since we don't have a drum, lap roll please.
Lap roll.
The first competition is essay writing competition. And the finalists are Aneng Aisyah Anwar from Universitas Jenderal Sudirman. Irene Zerlina from University Kuala Lumpur.
Nayaka Nayotama from Universitas Indonesia. Kalila Arabella from Telkom University. Priscilla Siregar from Universitas Padjadjaran. Jasafa Tulus Parulian Sihite from Universitas Brawijaya. Giara Dwi Iswari from Universitas Gajah Mada. And Aulia Aldania Sumarsono from Institut Teknologi 10 November. Okay, shall we move on to the next competition, or do you have something to say?
I think we should move on to the next.
So, the next competition is poetry reading and writing competition. Do you want to read the finalists?
Maybe we could do like one me, one you.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Okay.
Okay. So the first one for the finalist of poetry reading and writing, should we do the lap roll instead of the drum roll again? Guys. Okay, the finalist. First one, Faina Aurelia Kemal from Universitas Padjadjaran.
You? Okay. Oh, the second one is Stevia Salsabila from Universitas Widyatama.
Can you actually say it? I can't read it.
Okay. The third one is Rawayan Pari Pan. What? Sorry. Itu tadi tulisannya tidak jelas.
Nah
Ini oke, Rawayan Pari Cita Adi Prahayan from Universitas Padjadjaran. Sini aja.
Next one we have Reswara Iman Maulana Vittorio from Universitas Al Azhar Indonesia.
Congratulations. The next one we have Raisandika Moh Furkon from Universitas Widyatama.
Lastly, we have Febrio Eka Aristiano from Universitas Buana Perjuangan Karawang.
Congratulations to all the finalists for the poetry reading and writing competition.
Maybe for those whose names were mentioned, can we like maybe have a chit chat with them a little?
Oh, shall we?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Let's go.
Ooh. Can you guys actually we don't recognize
Yeah.
you all. Maybe we could raise your hands
Yeah.
for the poetry readers that were mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh,
we have one right
okay.
here. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi.
So I'll just give.
Oh, that means your name, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Sureswara and yes, hello.
Oh, I don't know why your face feels familiar. Have you ever participated PEC before?
Yes, last year, but
Oh, you participated last year. I see. Also, the poetry reading competition, or
I participated in speak category last year, but now I'm more into poetry myself.
oh, okay. Do you have like any what is it called? Yeah, like special preparations, especially for this competition, because like as you said, you did the speech, right? So this is like pretty different. Is there any like special things that are kind of different in a way that you prepared for?
Well, my friend told me whenever I perform on stage, I was more suitable in expressing emotions.
I see. Okay.
And I think poetry reading and writing is more suitable for me. And when I saw the theme of the competition, I was intrigued because because it
It resonates with you?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Nice. I think, yeah. Yeah, about continuing to the next phase, yeah.
Nervous, of course. I'm nervous. When I when I saw the other participant, they are also gave an amazing reading and recital of their chosen poetry, and it just I'm in disbelief that I'm one of them.
Oh, yay, the round of applause. Okay, thank you so much.
Of course, you also deserve it. Thank you for sharing.
Any other poetry readers
Any
that were
other poetry
mentioned?
readers? No.
No one? Are we
The
sure?
only one.
Are we sure there's no one else? Oh,
Ada?
oh.
Oh. Halo.
Poetry readers, poetry readers. Are we sure? Are we sure?
Kayaknya tidak ada, Shiva.
Okay.
Shall we?
We should move
announce
on to the next
another
one.
competition. Finalists. Hey. Between speech and storytelling competition.
Yang mana? Sorry, bentar ya, gue naik. Ya.
Okay, are you guys nervous for like the announcement right now? How are you feeling? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, nama storytelling itu 10 kan? Ya, storytelling ada di 10 dikasih FB. Beneran 10.
Okay, so the next competition finalist that we're gonna announce is the storytelling competition. Shall we do the thing?
Okay.
We did?
Okay. You start.
Okay. The first finalist of the storytelling competition is Shafalia Salsa Sabin from Man 1 Kota Bogor.
Next, we have Nima De Ayu Kea Lakshmi Divyananda from Lab School Kebayoran.
The next one, we have Nadira Putri Irza from Man 2 Kota Pekanbaru.
Next, we have Cleosa Aiko from SMAN 3 Kota Sukabumi.
The next one, we have Alifa Raihana from SMAN 4 Cimahi.
Next, we have Faiza Atifa Evania from SMAN 21 Bandung.
Okay, the next one, we have Ajeng Gendis Fazri Ningtyas from SMAN 12 Bandung. Jeans. Yeah.
Next, we have Khaira Torita from Lab School Kebayoran.
The next, we have Muhammad Faiz Putra Wardana from Man 2 Kota Pekanbaru.
Lastly, we have Azahra Putri Khaira from Man 2 Kota Pekanbaru.
Congratulations to all finalists. Another chit chat?
Another
No?
chit chat, of course, I think.
Another chit chat, of course. Yeah, we have like a lot of people here who are the finalists.
Who are the finalists? Can you guys raise your
Raise your hand,
hand? Congratulations.
for all the.
Oh my God! Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Love, love, love.
Shall we
love.
go there again? Okay. Yay!
Let's go.
Okay. Which one? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Silakan, Shifi, do you wanna ask?
From 1 to 10, how excited you are? Are you? Sorry.
Oh,
I
for
mean, are
the
you?
final round?
Yes.
Of course, another 10 because I'm so excited to read a new story and learn a new message from the story that I want to choose for the final round for tomorrow. And I hope that I could give the best that I could, and I enjoy every progress that I had, every step I take, and I hope I could be a better in storytelling, especially. Thank you.
Okay. Round of applause. Good luck for everyone. Good luck for tomorrow. Anyone else? Storytellers?
Yeah.
You, yay! Your name, please.
Your name, please.
My name is Faizati Faifania. Hello everyone. I'm from SMAN 21 Bandung.
Oh, Bandung Pride, teman-teman. I want to ask, is this your first storytelling competition, and is it your first PEC?
No, it's not my first competition.
Okay.
But this is my first PEC.
Oh, I see. Welcome. How is it, the impression of PEC to you? Is it like fun, exciting?
I was very, very nervous.
Oh, yeah.
I was actually trembling.
Oh.
Yeah, but it was really fun.
Okay. Oh, which story did you choose to perform?
I choose Thank You, Ma'am.
Oh.
It is about a boy. He tried to steal a woman's purse, but he failed.
Oh. Any like interesting? Oh, wait, like why did you choose the story? Is it like intriguing to you in a way?
Actually, I choose the story because it has only 2 characters in it. And then I really like how the woman treat the boy that was actually stealing her purse nicely. She even gave him like foods and all that. It is interesting to me to read that.
Ah, okay. Any more questions from you, maybe?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Round of applause.
Round of
Yay.
Okay, shall we continue?
Shall we continue or should we do one last storyteller? One
last
last storyteller. Oh.
Oh,
we have
there.
someone.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
Let's go.
Yang mana tadi? Tolong. Okay. Hello. Please state your name and like where you're from. Yeah.
Okay, hello. My name is Faiz and I am from Pekanbaru, Riau.
Oh.
Okay, the question, what story did you choose and why?
I choose the story A Letter from Gaza, and why I choose that story is because I think it connects to me more rather than other stories.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have like a special preparation for like this performance, or how was your preparation for like this competition?
Yeah, because this event is big. Yeah. So me and my friends had a lot of preparation from Pekanbaru and then here too. It's like 3 or 2 weeks of preparation, and then in Bandung we have 1 full day of training.
Oh, wow. So you've worked hard for this. Yeah.
Yes.
And the results really paid off.
Alhamdulillah.
Congratulations on being the finalist
you.
for the storytelling competition.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next competition's finalists.
Okay, let's move on.
Let's move on. Okay, so right now we are going to announce the university level speech competition finalists. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. The first finalist of the speech competition is Syafira Putri Asmaradani from Universitas Padjadjaran.
Next one. For the next finalist, we have Baby Rahma Aisyah from Universitas Padjadjaran.
Yeah. Okay, the next one is Aziza Narayasaka Gunarda Omar from Universitas Padjadjaran. Okay, the next one we have Iqmal Siddiq bin Noruddin from UniKL. We don't know what it is. The next one.
Next one, we have Athala Rafid Palamarta from Universitas Brawijaya.
Yeah. Next one, we have Najma Nurfitri Sharifah from Universitas Sangga Buana. Yeah.
Next, we have Aufa Zalfa Syahbani from Universitas Gadjah Mada.
The next one. Aurelia Wija Natasha from Universitas Widyagama Mahakam Samarinda.
Next one, we have Ibnati Kanita Larasati from UPN Veteran Jawa Timur.
The next one, we have Sabrina Azani Putri from Politeknik Manufaktur Bandung.
And the last one we have Sultan Ben Ali Maiga from Universitas Al-Azhar, Indonesia.
Congratulations to all varsity level speech finalists. Shall we have another conversation with the finalists? Yeah, let's go. Okay, all varsity level speech competition finalists, please raise your hand.
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand, please. We would love to have a conversation. Both of you?
Both of you, yeah.
Congratulations. Okay. Respect. Apa nih?
Excited. How excited are you from 1 to 10?
How excited are you for tomorrow's finals? 2. Both of you.
Both of you, actually.
For me, it's a bit of a mixed feeling because for speech contestants, you have to revert and develop from others participants, and we were only given one night to do it. So it's nerve-wracking, but actually very exciting as well. So.
Yay!
Yeah, it's I agree with her.
You agree with
only
her?
have
Okay,
one
okay,
night,
okay.
and we have to develop and remember what the contestant was said, and that's challenging. That's quite challenging.
Ah, I see. Okay.
What else? What are we?
Yeah. Anything special or unique preparations that you guys have that is like quite personal
Did
in
you
a
guys
way?
like take notes while other participants are performing, or?
Yeah, like
Ooh, okay,
yeah,
like
taking notes.
Can you please like elaborate on that?
I don't think I have any special preparations. I prepared just like any other contestants. But during the other participants' performance, I did took some notes for references.
Oh, okay.
Sama.
Sama.
Oh,
I
okay.
did take some notes too.
No, taking some notes. Ah, okay. Okay.
Okay.
I think there are other finalists that we haven't
Yeah,
asked.
congratulations,
But thank you and
too. Thank
congratulations.
you. Good luck for tomorrow. Okay, varsity level speech competition finalists, please raise your hand.
Any
Anyone?
other varsity speech competition finalists?
Hello.
Hello?
No one?
Let's see from the
see.
name.
Speech finalist. Speech finalist yang high. Tadi yang high, ya apa tadi? First itu lah. Ya. Oh, this one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your patience. We would love to move on to the next high school speech competition finalist, but we are terribly sorry for the delay. Yeah.
What else should we do? Say something.
Yeah, if
We want to apologize for
Yeah.
the delay. But yeah, if you guys have anything to share that like we've talked to like the finalists, and I feel like not everyone has like raised their hands during
Yeah,
when we asked for the
about-
finalists.
yeah, about the what
About
varsity level speech finalists. We would love to
Yeah.
have like a conversation with you.
Does anyone want to have a chit chat?
Does anyone want to have a chit chat?
Ooh. Aspari.
Ya tadi udah kok minta maaf. Ya. Oke. Mhm. Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
Yeah, so we already have the finalists for the speech competition for high
School
school.
level. Yay.
Yay. So, are you guys ready?
Are you guys ready?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, let's start.
Yeah, let's start.
Okay.
The first finalist for high school level speech competition is Faras Rozan Ataya from SMA Negeri 38 Jakarta.
Next one we have Kumaira Anaya Putri Bangsoratu from SMA Negeri 3 Bandung.
The next one, we have Arus Warnabumi from SMK Telkom Bandung.
Next, we have Kansa Irliana Sofia from SMA N12 Bandung.
The next, we have Jaden Michaela Lins from SMA Dharma Yuda Pekanbaru.
Next, we have Tiara Diandra Angelita from SMAK Trimulya.
The next one, we have Taraka Pranatantra Raya from SMA Muhammadiyah 11 Jakarta.
Next, we have Zaskia Kire Ananda Putri from SMA IT Insan Sejahtera.
The next one is Omar Reynard Satrio from SMA Edu Global Bandung.
Congratulations. Yeah, that's the spirit.
Next, we have Aldila Octavia Yoni from Mandua Kota Pekanbaru.
Okay. The next one, we have Aleita Kanahaya.
Next, we have Halwa Erina Hamra from SMA N1 Balikpapan.
The last but not least, yeah, okay. Sorry. So the next one, we have Halwa Erina Hamira from SMA N1 Balikpapan.
Next, we have Audre Clarissa from SMA N3 Kota Sukabumi.
The next finalist is Amanda Peter from Highfield Secondary School, Cirebon.
Next, we have Kenzi Athaya Revano from SMA Al-Azhar 4 Bekasi.
The next one, we have Safira Dinara from Mandua Kota Pekanbaru.
Last but not least, we have Khaira Aisyah Early from Emma Persis Tarogong.
Okay, to all our finalists, congratulations. Please pay. Okay, thank you. Please pay close attention to the important instructions for tomorrow's final round so that you are fully prepared. The first is high school and varsity speech finalists.
Your speech should be a maximum of 5 minutes. You are required to incorporate references to ideas, arguments, or perspectives presented by other participants during the preliminary round. You may agree, challenge, or expand upon them. Just be sure to engage meaningfully with what has been shared.
To all storytelling finalists, your story should be 5 to 7 minutes long and must connect to the theme of the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition. We look forward to seeing how you creatively bring your narrative to life.
To all poetry reading and writing finalists. Please prepare to perform your original work tomorrow in 3 to 5 minutes. You are welcome to bring your text on stage, and you must also submit a printed copy of your poem.
Once again, on behalf of the 10th Padjadjaran English Competition Committee, we extend our deepest appreciation to all contestants who have given their utmost effort today. Please get sufficient rest, prepare well, and stay updated by regularly checking your competition branch group chats and following the committee's instructions. To those who did not make it to the finals, please do not be discouraged. You performed excellently, and there will be many more opportunities ahead, whether in future competitions or at the next year's Padjadjaran English Competition. You are also warmly invited to join the Gemasi Career Workshop tomorrow. Thank you everyone for your attention, energy, and dedication today. I hope to see this energy and even more of it tomorrow. I'm Nazwa.
And I'm Shifra.
Signing off. Good afternoon and have a pleasant evening. Don't forget to join the Gemasi Career Workshop tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone.
Udah mati belum?